Joseph Yamin, Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, with various quotations as attributed to them on the 24-hour economy are all fake news.
They are
fake news.
Let's watch some small video, and so that we can comment. Let's watch this video.
Bread and butter issues is the 24-hour economy.
On this platform that churns out nothing but the truth, that all the flyers in circulation with the pictures of our national chairman Johnson as Edwin Ketia, Joyce Muktari, Bauer, spokesperson to John Mahama, Kweku Boahen, Joseph Yamin, Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, with various quotations as attributed to them on the 24-hour economy are all fake news.
They are
fake news.
Let's watch some small video, and so that we can comment. Let's watch this video.
Bread and butter issues is the 24-hour economy.
The 24-hour economy.
Very well.
The 24-hour economy. We're talking about infrastructure. He said that look, we must continue with our program to have every regional capital having an airport.
What?
He's talked about the need to have in agriculture to have farm banks.
So I keep asking
cooperatives. So
wakasa about 24-hour economy. Obi. Me no say. Watch for one in the ton watch it after 6 p.m. Nipas, is it the regular practice?
Maybe because there is no demand.
Absolutely.
So
you have to stimulate that demand.
You have pharmacies that are operating 24 hours. They provide security at a cost. President Mahama says the state will take that responsibility to provide security for you. Fuel stations no longer run 24 hours, except few.
So if hold on. I'm just trying to understand. So if I should open my business at night, I shouldn't pay for security.
No, yes, the state
government will pay for security for me.
That is what the President Mahama says.
Is that possible?
No, President Mahama says that we are going to focus on private entities, particular manufacturing and industries. He made mention of even fuel stations. He made mention of pharmacies. The responsibility to maintain security in the state is the responsibility of the police. And the reason why fuel stations, only few, have been closed at night, happened under their administration.
How is that so?
Okay. President Mahama says is that, look, we will provide security for industries and businesses who apply to take advantage of the 24-hour economy.
And government will pay for security?
The government will provide security. What are the police there for?
Do we have the money for that?
Don't we have police officers who can patrol the streets?
No, but you're talking about security. I mean, a lot of these businesses have their personal security.
I am saying that the president says that personal security, which you spend so much money, for which reason you can run your pharmacy 24 hours, the state is going to take that responsibility. That is the 24-hour economy.
At what cost?
Oh, at the cost of the state.
It's a 24-hour economy. No. No, you're saying. You be identify sectors you be to me aboa with revenue, with resources, with even technical knowledge, with security. Na ya aboa ebia factory bi ana company bi with free zones. Na ya aboa na to me asisa because ebia machines nkrapo no ebia capacity no eni ho and say recalibration be inti it will be carefully examined, and then the companies and our factories and our business establishments are able to me adjustment no yebeye. Apart from that no so no labor and conform be ye adwuma no say in hyehyɛ emra say emra sesa into even policies and laws ni nyina no ebesisa to realign into nyoma bebre be sesa nhyehyɛ yebeye nhyehyɛ bebre, but the basic idea no say instead say wo be yebe ye adwuma 9 to 5 no ye hye say ye beche aye adwuma 9 to 5, 7 to let's say 12, and then 1 to let's say 6. Now yenya more employment, yenya more resources and revenue, yenya more products and a bigger market, especially for your export. Into yebetumi ahwe poultry, yebetumi so ahwe some aspects of farming and some production.
Yeah,
this is the idea.
I know ye ma ye na wasena ye mfa de no ensi.
About the 40 day. Our
24 hours economy.
Now how they know all tias here.
24 hour economy no. Only obiati here. Very very simple. Sisi ase ya buy about 10. Ekobot 10. Abona ekobot 10. Ya pon another president another program it was it's another 24 hours na ye ko anim. Arambwa. Ya pon mo show na. Still on edda ho. Arambwa. Who put my studios? That's from 10 to 11.
Yeah, and cut off.
Mon pon, but another political program and Kosubium. Another Arambwa.
The government point 24 hour economy.
That's your host here.
That's our politics.
Yes, not so was near to us. On also point apart. Now, Omamudu Namusaba. Nay, Queen. See the Numpong. Obian Free, I say, now I say, manage to us.
Nay, Pong.
Mon pong, but a program is a program the pong. Arambwa. Program the pong, Yapon. She in before now, more train. Now I can say that time be because all time we could book them to buy. So 1 hour, another 2 hours. Now you are 12, and there's 12, 2 and a point. You have only a coffee.
Namoso Pana for Fraba.
Never Fraba.
The politics throughout.
Never say another for peace FM. Some year this way. We have blah blah blah. So we wasting now. Now almost a bon do. Now I say one na a cost. And never my economy day. Yet me able to connect in
24-hour economy no. The ayaba say abai ebecha electricity boa ewo from kura ediama enyuma yefo mo beba adwuma anajo no mabeya adwuma enti mo amoye fundraise mo amoye welders mo amokura eka sene ne amanema mo hia electricity pa no mo penufo na mo adwuma emfaso abamu a mo be sign na mo ba adwuma anajo use electricity a na ne boa ya dey akofom wo mo ya iron rods ene ya mo use anyama wode kese no mo be ye mo adwuma anajo a wo be hu se anyama wode boa be kofom pa aboa mo ama mo anya mfaso na maburu no so wo mo anya adwuma ai
megidi yesese party no to meet na sena mo twiro se senye be kono na mo nyina ma no eye ba ko a megidi se be boa yen
o ma prof nje wu ababa
nti sentence na wadwe na kasa na onye correct nti na enter
there be prof
the eyes cannot see what the brain does not know
with the prof with the
I think I've just been insulted. But that's the same that's the same Ubisa in Chechemupe. This is the posture.
Yes, I think we are drawing the curtains here. My name, as you know, Akwesi Wodi Akrobatro.
Home touch. Why you Jumanache or experience? It is also son as here. Minister say no baby did ha. See you so baby did ha. If you are baby did ha, so baby did ha. It will push a lot of guys so almost you go see you. I want the implementation you could buy here or be did ha. Miss in the Ghana there. Proud to that, no. Ebema marketing value no side. Akwaso. No international communities no so be head that fly be say a 24-hour economy no. Aye kan wase no. The team idea ye kom ni ko sua nyansa so free.
So we are out back waiting for our zip line delivery. We ordered some groceries to be delivered by a drone that's gonna fly through the sky.
Where the groceries at? Wow. You got it?
Uh-huh. This is crazy. We're in our backyard.
It's a good size.
And here come our groceries.
Oh, it's pouring it down.
Yeah.
didn't land on comfort.
Seriously? So what do you think?
That's cool.
We've never door dashed, but we zip line.
You definitely take care. Thank you. No tip.
Just gonna turn around and go back to Walmart.
Just head it out.
Bye, Mr. Zipline. Thank you.
What's the further did it go?
I don't know.
I told you I heard it.
All right, Abusia, me mamuni na jo, me mamuni na kwa ba the bar political zone jumedi so. And then Friday, the 5th of December 2025. Aka emse na me nupe na afini yede yaba ekoma NDC for. Na in fact, wanwa mobo say after 11 months, and I have said 12 months, afini na afimu bako. Na the uncle with the beje to me, no woman to me, ye. Woman, ye, woman, genese, woman beye. Ebanesa, Emma Sebu, how do you call it? Opepa ye nya de kosa lie ekoto abano na emfaso amba so amfa mayen. And ye be din komo kakra. Chairman Janis me pacho me ma 2 links. Look at the links properly. Bako a StreamYard link. That is the link you need to click on to join in. The YouTube and the Facebook link I gave, is for your people who wants to watch. It's for those who wants to watch. Yeah, so it looks like you rather gave the one to join to you rather forwarded that one, and you are using the YouTube one. You have to use the StreamYard link I gave, like we always do, and then I can join you in here. So if you are on YouTube listening now, Chairman Janis, if you are listening to me, you have to use the StreamYard link, not the YouTube link. If you click on the YouTube link, you would only listen in. You wouldn't be able to join the program like we have to do with you. So please, if you can hear me, I seen you've left a message on, you've left a comment on the YouTube channel, and that is why I'm giving this back. So Chairman Janis, please, if you can hear me, move from YouTube and go back into the link I sent, and the exactly proper. That's more like it. That's more like it. All right. I think for more fun time, yeah, we're done as sour and tomorrow morning, my allergies and I start to have the annual crop. So, a human in tea, say, but sabotage a crowd families. Maybe. And then Yama be brave, and I AC Ghana, as I say, me no, your train agencies to not eat the home come. Myself say, I feel now I join here. Share page, so YouTuber. YouTube now when they comment, I mean, who say, oh, share me. One can hello, hi, I mean, who say, and that's a Friday. Until myself, YouTuber, ja comment. tap on it and then share it to other people. So Facebook so now feel na join me am share my na into me nko nanim. Wilson, I see you. I see Alex Boateng, Joey Sifu Mehu. Why be you? Nane no ama me da sepa wa ha. Dignity Care also sa me ma wakwaba. Doka Sekufu me ma wakwaba. Nemo ma join with YouTube. Any Facebook ni na TikTok for my joining. Sister Helen, me da sepa so to me join me. I feel the year best start Eddie and Komo. And then Komo kakra and pese me debate. Me ne Chairman Janis say one-on-one. Na me pese me ne ye ni sisi na utumi free or na utumi kotwa na dwuma so nti for the first half of the show no. Me ne Chairman Janis Asare Bediako ana engineer Chairman Janis Asare Bediako oye a whole Washington Metro ni na omo chairman ono na me ne betwetwen komo kakra nti aba so amesel say obe tap on the screen obe share na afoforo so etumi ehu. Once again Sister Linda Komedase me who say me now for ni bi so join wa. That's very good. After chairman we will bring all of you on board for us to discuss. And the political zone is going to be too much explosiveness. So you share the course now. You need Chairman Janis in we na you met us. Chairman.
Hello Felix. But what you mean come?
Chairman, me kapa. Chairman, dear Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu, they carry drug and carry cocaine. No.
Felix, what are you?
What you try?
I mean, I do for so how does the chroma say 1 year Juma? On some car when you also year Juma. Yeah.
Sanity. You we the akwaba sonko na yema na yada was say then na no yeba wona ya say ye beje adwenkyere say ye hia wo input onhwe page say page phone bi keke na mbo mu hye yin cry na oba na oni ye ba bedi nkomo wako kansem bi na media me na maka say mo amwo diaspora no any day amobe kansem bi a ebebe news mu bia no me akwesi apia de metwem aba ha na menemu edi nkomo na yagemu enchirechiremu me twen se ebe lodu awie na me de ato mu na eda hai chairman enche bia ye wa ha na John Mahama ekoka se yetu sabio gold no ene diamond no na yensuo no say kra na yankasa ni scan by ho. In fact, when taking it easy on Mahama kra as a gentleman as you are no I remember watching you on Vim Ladies show. You were actually passionate about it. And also education they aba. What sign the one work or two. Into me per me read the awokan ye keke. Not from there no. Ye je wanu muaye. Ni enti a ujina aswa. Ema udikodi sa enkomo nti me reading the first, then from there we will take it on. Chairman Janis say o can asem we 2nd December say nya wo so abetumi aka senya na aka e o say rather than own up to the chaos this government has caused in education, the NDC cowardly blames teachers and exam invigilators as if these professionals lacks integrity. The current poor results are a direct consequence of the NDC's failed policies on education and a government out of touch with what really matters in the education sector. From Engineer Janis Asare Bediako, NPP USA Washington area chairman. Chairman, I just read it to you. Ebani say no kofa we buy.
Yo, me nua me da se pass na me kan na me fa kwan we na me nchia won we chief for na me mbo abaso wo adwuma pa oye e dia boa Ghana for we ndo wo amona ni de ba wani sign de koso Ghana ho de bia obo ho dero na think say na o se nyina ye itimi boy man ho dero ni ma ye na obi atimi hu se na ekoyie se na enkoyie so am sansa ensure am san fa kwan we so enso enchia me madamfo me yonko pa dani entry MPP USA youth organizer and now the official identity. Danny happy birthday so yo michia pa yo Felix yanko wasem so okasa about them control on education me na me tro so my person me twi Ghana for enya adwen esibi so On say party bia eba power or any vision, right?
Yeah.
Vision no chim. Some of them are the part of vision also any say CA also obey. The whole idea is to be able to improve the country, but based on party new vision no or making it a big priority. I didn't think America sir. One of our priority projects was education.
Exactly.
And free SHS. And from Dr. Matupoku Prempa Breso, you invested a lot of money to get SHS done. Papa said Dr. Yewedu Chum. Also. And what was the end result? The end result, Nibini said, you're commissioning about 80 schools in one day. I didn't make us ask him that this shows you the focus that the party had on education. Very important. So this is a contrast to NDC here. That is something that he said. I'm not saying Mohammed's vision is not good. What I'm saying is every government prioritizes certain sectors of the government that they think they need to develop the nation. As a party, NPP as a party, one of our focus was education. Because you said the opportunity cost for illiteracy is way higher. So if you can improve the literacy level of the Ghanaian population, we are going to save down the line. And a lot of improvements in the education system. You saw how we built STEM schools. You saw how Ghanaian education, what do you call it? Our education in terms of our education infrastructure improved. But because we had a systematic focus to be able to develop our education system. What did I say? What they did was they brought in a whole different sort of policies. Even the way that the education system was being, school feeding was done. What did I say? The point I'm trying to make is their focus wasn't primarily on education. I'm not saying they didn't want to improve education, but that wasn't their core focus. And that is one of the leading reasons why we are seeing what we are seeing now. Because there was a shift of focus from a government that was education-centered as a priority to a government that is not so education-centered. That's one of the things that I see. Back to the specific the reason why I said that was one, BBS. Go ahead.
Answer na obeba point no so kran. What can BBS say ma utumi expansion and na so utumi biebie mu kakra. I know say you want to play safe due to your nature, and it is fine. But education, as Oko America a key, me back Canada a key, me ko Congo a key, me ko Saudi Arabia a key, me ko Bangladesh education a key. So education is something it's non-negotiable. Yeah, and can say, policy near there, but you are not for education. There be. If you are a good government, now education is not your priority. There's nothing good about that policy you are bringing to us. So we want to make that, because so far they are working in Nano. It shows the amount of, and please, I'm choosing my words carefully, the amount of investment, our buying MPP, investment, the amount of investment, yes, baby, I will come out and say, we are power no, okay, into so be back. Now, on this extensive, investment. A year for education, now Obiba, no knowing who and no say any priority. What else priority do they have? A better for the Ghanaian than educating their children.
Exactly, Felix. And then I'm for any decision to say, because me as a person, I know I think education should be the basis. Once you increase your literacy level, it's going to help in your development as a nation. That should be the core. But as I said, every government has a philosophy. NPP, we have our own philosophy. NDC, we have our own philosophy. In terms of the Biamika said, there's nothing wrong with joining NDC, there's nothing wrong with joining MPP, CPP, because these are all based on philosophies. And what you believe in is what you are going to join. Because one control background, you can say it's against the law, because it's a part of your civic responsibility to vote. So you expect to be part of a party. But then with the MPP achieve, because me say, it aligns with my vision. I want to see the Ghanaian population educated. What you say? You know, be an embayarding. Different infrastructure. Because I'm focused on infrastructure. But I'm saying this based on what we are seeing now in terms of the results that we are seeing. I'm saying, I believe this is paramount because of our vision, we're able to raise the educational standards, as a part. But that was where our core mandate was. We wanted to make sure that we increase the literacy levels. It was very, very important. as compared to the NDC. Okay, and I'm going to say, remember there were a year now kind of so. The reason why I don't believe that, okay, and I'm saying the NDC is doing propaganda with this is, so I say we've had such a fall in our education system, right?
Yes.
Of course, and this thing has been systematic through the MPP government. How come, sir, the universities are still enrolling or are still graduating this number of people? That is the first question which we ask ourselves as Ghanaians. Because if the standards at the SSS had fallen, it's going to reflect on the output of the universities. So now university me churning out 100 engineers. Let's say, I don't expect this university to come to produce 100 engineers again.
Yeah,
results, nobody universities. So whether they are doctors, whether they are engineers, whether they are politicians, we just see a decrease in the number. Go back and look at our trend over the last year, whether there's been a decrease in the number. So that's what for me, without even that data, you cannot even come and make a comparative analysis say, oh, this has been systemic to the MPP government. So I don't buy that because the data doesn't support that argument. I think the main reason why we saw the sharp decline from last year to this year is just a change of focus of this government. But I say, yeah, your honor, it is Mohammed campaign. Okay, I say, one of the priorities, headmasters now, a headmaster's focus is to improve the quality of education. If a headmaster is now micromanaging the Beza or micromanaging some of these things, then he's losing focus on his core mandate. And this could lead to a decline in the quality of the education. So there are a lot of things that we need to look at instead of trying to just go ahead and blame what do you call it? The MPP government.
Internal Ministry of Education, there be Ghana Education Service. Omodu Omoka say wo chairman Janis, one MPP abain. Mode Wi-Fi, Abraham Kolanu school, no mode shepuno, omode ko TikTok, internet omo failing no me pacho yes anete.
Because I try tells you the level of intellect of the person. Because at the end of the day, see the Wi-Fi abba schooler. It's that I'm saying is up to the school to be able to make sure that they use this essential facility for the benefit of the school. In terms of headmaster example, the headmaster will be responsible for the quality of the education. It's a wife for headmaster the idea, but the headmaster on them jomu tong and ponche to a year. Who is going to make sure that there is this facility for what is supposed to be done? But I see it from the perspective of how the structure that we have in place. So MPP came with a vision and we had a structure for these students. It was not coincidental. I said, Dr. Bichum commission 80 schools and send you in one day. But in fact, it's schools. It takes time. So this showed the vision that we had as a party in supporting the educational infrastructure of Ghana as compared to the NDC. Until for 1 year, that's this sharp decliner. We have to ask ourselves, so what happened within this 1 year? Because as I said, our graduates are still coming out of universities over this past 8 years. We've not seen a sharp decline. So why this sharp decline right now?
Okay. Chairman, Patrick Dinasuma Mena, I said, my boss back also join Mr. DC.
You know itself. Me chairman back up. Akasa chairman Janis, chairman Mejoso.
You
are the best. Chairman, Ranty chairman, Kasano Wanyano.
No side. Thank you for joining the conversation too. Now, Chairman, my main backdrop will be me amiti Madam for eka one more year examination no where jumano from marking grading near their DNA now. Me wo after BEC for no control you failure because open what the failure is not just SSO. This year, one more control JSS no failed than it has ever been in 10 years. Okay, for 10 years, one more control BEC this year no. Almost failing change like for the past 10 years no. This is the group a failure pa. And about SS a year secondary school year. Now, woman na catch me say, Kwesi, ade we de koye hu show. Na me say ade na me koye, ade na me koye hu show. No say, NDC for no any government, and as a government, at the Ibia Basse, the grading and the marking scheme should be different. Me kra na me ni mu not try and the type of grading criterion ne norm ne wan yo che mu try me, which means say first no how much is say enkwade to me na a be a 90 to 90, 90 to 85 ni na A, ABA 85 to 71 B near the idea, but so apply the type of a you use now. So akwala bi kura benya A because of the grading into no obenya B. This is what oka into say anko kan wansem a ebema nkola ni bebre a esesa nkomo past tertiary no omuntumi yeden omuntumi empass nko eno nko dan chen and exams na nkese do ye chairman obia was be including professors teachers near there. Everybody was complaining about the core math away some requesting be a buyer for core math, and from the writing no on the people's face no it rightly showed say people were not going to do well in that. Now, Adiano Kobaya, chairman, the NDC is not telling us, say, do free education into Naman Kolanam pass. Into Namajin who said debut. 2017, almost pass year. 2018 was better than 2017. 2019 was better than 2018. 2020 was better than 2019. You know, every year, Biano, we saw like you have, I mean, like I said earlier, no. We saw an increase in our performance. Into how does one convince their membership for them to believe, say, all of a sudden, free education now, man, Brunel College, Harvard, near the idea, no, and yet the reason why into this particular people no failed. What is it? Oh yeah, like, what is the thinking behind that thing for people to even believe that? Say free education, I must have a buy.
Oh, sir, as I'm making what can I see that as I'm making and so say there is something that went on with this government. And so I'm not privy to this say the grading scheme requirements, or maybe they've increased the pass rate. Maybe that might be true. Yes, like that might be true. And that could be the reason. What I said, that could be the reason why we are seeing a happening of students fail. But one, it's obvious, it's not rocket science. What is that grading scheme? If you increase the grading scheme, definitely maybe people might not as pass as if you had a lower grading scheme. So these are the things that we expect the NDC government to come and tell us. So okay, this year and hereby, and based on AB, there could be a lot of reasons to have a grading scheme adjustment. I'm not going to sit here and argue that. But because of that, that is why maybe we are seeing this failure. But to blame it on MPP, as I said, it's just it's just a bad attempt by this government. Because definitely something was done. Because if you look at all the data, tell me about the university output, it doesn't support what they are saying. Because I'm saying then they shouldn't be passed at the university, they shouldn't be graduating. We shouldn't be having this number of teachers graduating, this number of engineers graduating, this number of doctors graduating. It doesn't tally. What you say? But I can assure you, say, for man passes this year, we haven't said the bad results. No, or we intake and invest is going to be less. So the number of graduates is going to be less. That is logic. What you say, and that is what we need to look at. And you can say maybe they increase the schema. Then I agree with that. Something happened with this government that is causing what we are seeing. Now, really quick.
Yes, sir.
I said NDC blamed us. So any MPP government or my fiscal pass questions among Kola any idea. Then me call presec. Okay, now me call take. What I say? Pasco ya idea about exams week will be happy because at the end of the paper Pasco, it gives you an idea of the trend of questions that is set, even how the questions is set, the level of difficulty. The Pasco idea now a boy into the inspire. What she said then to me solve past questions are a level of confidence. This government, when the opposition saw some such as Pasco and just and Colay, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't even do it this year. But it goes to tell you say one government had a focus on education and improve the quality of education. The other government hasn't got that focus. So for me, that is the main reason why we are seeing this decline. And that's and other things that they've done within these 9 months that they were in government. That is why we are seeing this decline. And they cannot blame the MPP government who improved infrastructure, who improved STEM schools, who built more girls' schools. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay. Me pacho ujina wa saying edi abemu bi mu no wa ban udi actually tare na na do aban NPP aban. Na omoye bibi omo friend intervention. Honorable Edutum last no me share tie no or share that be chire mu yie pa de chire intervention. Na intervention no na Emma enkwala no classes, extra classes aban ni netua from morning 6 na akwala ni beko school no. Obeya classes akopim 8 na main school be den ebe start no. Na upon so Yamana then Yamana tsnem from sa 2 na to sa 3 and now 4 na obeku fee no. Ebio the awabo so that they pass question papers. Now when him chairman I think it's about time when say more and more yen penny for more web no. Money Ghana CSOs netna se ekasa. NDC is destroying Ghana. Chairman, me Canada na me buy. I'm in Canada. You use past question paper past questions. Review week. Yeah, the past questions na ye. Me think so be a complaining that. Na dia me be saying say no almost say na do the sika. Eto sebe question papers man kwala na solve na omo pass ya. And then the one so one invest because they are able to put 1.7 billion into a currency that is not giving us any result because as we speak, people are crying. Market women are saying that that means say the money to buy is not there. And for the time, but still people were able to what? People were able to afford to buy. And it's an same one. And then NDC for so and yes, our intervention way na omobaya omubetremu 2 sense can ekon hin 3 past question papers na ye toman koda na no so no omoma ne boy here form no mesromo sa eyi so no ewo hin. Why didn't this NDC people and now some of them say it is wiser to buy pad than to invest in the passing grade of the student? What really caused it, or why that decision?
Yeah, first I'm catching ourselves. Abembia bar on your own and issue idea on your own vision. What they say. So and they would invest in where they think the vision is.
Okay.
What they say. And I think that is what is happening when it doesn't mean say they don't want to invest in education. But where is the education on their priority scale? Where is education compared to infrastructure? Where is education compared to roads? What they say. So it depends on the government's vision. And now one of his big core visions was to increase our literacy levels. Because of his belief, he says once that is done, no, a literate country, the opportunity cost in a literate country would always go better than having all this infrastructure. But then MPP as a party, we're thinking long term, not short term. I can give you another example.
Okay.
Yeah, Ghana card, which is pretty much about USA, your driver's license and your social security card. Yeah, Ghana card, it combines both of them. And those are the 2 core things that you need for employment, you need for bank loans, you need for a lot of things that you do, identification. What you say? So as a party, we felt said we needed to bring this thing up because it's going to help develop Ghana in the next 10 years.
Yes.
It's all about the vision of the party that you are looking at. The then said some of the visions that we implemented, so that is what the NDC is doing. The PMMC Gold Board. I think since backing the country with gold, is the way to go in the long term. So most of our vision is what they implement, which is good. But there are other areas where we had the same vision, which they are not implementing. I think one of the casualties is education. And that's why we are seeing these low trends.
Okay. Chairman, and now I say Obekaya, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo by Umia government. Time one not textbooks on why in school no. Omo kodwene ho sanka yenye bibia textbooks no ye online material na tablets na ye chairman kola no yemfengu so me university no I attended no me the online text and a call man said I'm for physical book and it's the truth and say online material is cheaper than when you purchase it. So this is what Educhum and the people in the Ghana Education Service implemented. Omo ye training almost started say omo che tablets no the ama a student no. Some schools and be others in there and Abain society. Now, what Haruna Idrisu the other day while he was addressing some teachers union phobia, what he said, Nene said, tablets now you be due diligent. Now you to me yes, so they are no longer going to share it. And that they think say and Colano share puno, excuse my language, because that is what he said. They share adult content. Now, my problem that I see from this one, and then they say, first and foremost, the minister lied. The minister lied because, Chairman, I can tell you on authority, say, tablets na don't know baya, almost check them as students, to me assess a pornographic site and our sites are any educational. Ebe block you. Automatically, ebe block you. So why would the whole minister come and tell the whole country, say, and Kolane de Shebibi, and the answer is only one. Chairman, a tablet, it will come back on the market when we are going for elections. Yeah, they remember my constituency executive for any idea no. Now one more to check I will say her for votes. Because I don't see why I did na okope muska. I did na ode buy. Now wait me because now you are not going to share it no more. Why is NDC? Minimum work I said their priority is not education. But why is NDC against every educational improvement or every educational milestone we make? Yet they take I mean, how do you call it, credit for everything good about education, and Ghanaians believe it. Why is it so? Because when two teachers, number one, this time so on two teachers, but still almost say Abai Papa Mahama is treating as well. Why?
Almost there's an element of goodwill for the nation, from the nation. When I'm electing as a new government, they will give that government time to be able to implement these policies. If definitely that goodwill is still there. But what you can see right now is the goodwill is fast eroding. Adding here, in some LGBT, some of the parliament pass it, or match sign. Galamse demonstration, excuses. What I say? If you say even press freedom and freedom of speech, it is becoming worse. So the goodwill is far eroding, and I know the Ghanaians are watching. They are watching this. They had an expectation. They are seeing that their expectation is not being met. But remember Haruna the end. So you see, even if Haruna even said that, let us even assume say that is what he had heard. But as a minister and take out advice psychiatrist, it tells me say we have a big problem in the nation. Because to block adult content on a tablet is not rocket science. It's something that can be done by IT department based on what is being allowed to stream to the people, or based on their internet settings. You can do that, or you can actually do it on the actual tablet itself. So there's no rocket science that we could have found a way to solve this rather than using this as an excuse. So if that's what he said, it's pretty much lack of knowledge. And if you have said a person, leading us, and then there's a problem. Then we have a big, because there's a lot of workarounds with this that can still use the resource what it's intended for. So now, in school, we use something called Blackboard. Blackboard, online a year. Teacher post to be post to grade, or post to post assignments, or post to lecture materials, and that is what we use. So this is something that's where the world is going. And this resource, that's a means as CEO. Every man, this flimsy excuse. I think that is a big issue, and this is what we expect CSOs to be able to step up and come and speak about these things. But in Ghana, what I say, politics. Then we are not helping the nation at all.
Exactly.
We need the CSOs. We need the religious bodies. We need all the institutions that claim to be neutral to come up and speak on some of these things. Because the trajectory that we are on as a nation is not arguing well for the nation at all.
Exactly my question right now. Say adia and say wako atro SSC. Now one pass the commerce. That means that you have to wait until go school. Because commerce number and crowd. So one pass the commerce crowd, then the train crowd start to cut run of deck. Per the information we have. Chairman, these people are playing politics with education. Now I will welcome MPP. Chair lady Nanka Sobaya, USA, Moma, or also join the conversation into no, you better not say so, no, so to me, I join it. And then there many US of one program, no, sanity. Chairman, education and Korea year omuko faili, okay. Okay, say, Adia, your friend of deck, North deck, so one pass here, Okotrono. Say yebeka nokre edi nokra kire nyame a NDC for apenso ena ebehye da betu atisi pa mepacho beba wa obe join ni bia no na we mute do so na wa mute mesrem a eni bi no NDC for na kofa asa enti anu nti and chairman this one to we nye Me my data, who they say me I can tender in my evidence to you. Majority of the Novdek schools now say schools are true remedial school, is owned by NDC people. And per a conversation I had with a very resourceful NDC person, and Crawford only said no call government to catch on say schools egu. They don't get people because since Lanado buy and Colano call ya no omako pass it. And the number of college and come train 1 year quatron of deck no is reducing, and it is breaking their school and we hurting their pockets. Now, bear in mind, they say as at 2023, 2024. That's all person ultra cost back, ufeli cost back, that's a person we ultra now 4,000 Ghana cedis, 40 million. And then per the available information I cost no one course like the commerce we can cost somewhere 7,500 to 8,000 Ghana cedis. That is 75 million to 80 80 million Ghana cedis. Now look at it. Akwalebia or Tedomi Abra. Ah, no mame echika kuru okwa. Free education in Quentin utumi firm. And now modern politics echo ras idea because one person with this cartoon party members say be able to many ade. Mama and Colana that chair then aquacate because enya ufoni na and ebenya sa 80 million, 75 million no edi ayeden edi aquacotro. So guess what will happen? The way I beton Ghana, Omujawa ye beton yana and Kola Elton dog chains, Pike Peter house, yes, Pocky wakwahono is going to increase. And Kwada Sabio, ye do amokwatina and Crawford chain, Ibinomo folly as a victim of rape near the idea of my brother say, you know, it is going to go on the increase because I remember I mean maybe to be to say Thomas Amweni, Ade so boy, say Thomas Amweni, I'm passing back on you must send a mammy and cover 75 million in bra. I don't think Sanka Thomas Amweni will be to me at once. Why is NDC willing to gamble with the education of Ghana, the education of the children of Ghana, including their own children? And instead of them seeing it, say it is a problem, they rather see it, say it is an advancement for them to keep on with their propaganda while they are in a. Mr. Obay and Pacho, member also, but me person chairman, AU we are no mame. How can it be about Papa if my children are not passing? Why do I still think Don Mahama is doing good when my child, as we speak, is in the bedroom crying because of one course painting? So 1 year and son. What is the mentality? What mentality do Ghanaians or NDC people have? Why? Why is it possible? Because maybe Semeba failure, I'll be agitated. Why are they not agitated? Why are they happy?
Yo, Felix, some of what we say. See, I said something, sir. What I said, every government has its own philosophy and what they believe Ghanaians want to see. The fact I wouldn't sit here and Ghanaians are happy with what is going on. Because now the Ghanaians are seeing the reality and they will be able to compare the two governments. What I say, I'm who say, oh, time and I had to buy what's no, I'm about to go school free. What I say, and then say now about me, but if you want to go school, time and I had to buy what's no. Now put a house help crowd because I'm in our school. And then they'll be able to make that contradiction very clearly. I wouldn't say, sir, the friend is saying Ghanaians are happy. I don't think that is it. I think, as I said, no, when NDC came to power, there was a lot of goodwill that carried them, but that goodwill is fast withering. Because Ghanaians are seeing the reality of the government that they voted into power. And that is the obvious situation. But now we need any plan, we need any focus for some of these things. That is what happened. I said MPP had a plan for education and we were able to implement it very well. There was a lot of objections about it, even from CSOs. But because we had a structured plan as a party, we had a clear vision for educating our country, we were able to do it. Because developing nation. Because there is no developed nation in the world that or medication ever form. Sometimes in US I was a CIA crazy. Because our basic education is free. That's what I want to say. But saying okay, and Madam Chair was so or buy her from Pong. Yeah, friend the Iron Lady. Into also the one my mention Iron Lady. Now everybody also be got back as well. To buy her Madam Chair or Miami boss back up. Yeah, mommy, you didn't go. Buy her
Frimpong. Oh.
Patron me ha.
Na Pacho Matia Simbi. Na ona wama NDC for the 45 days. I come market SSC for you now. Omo Philip Otos ano. Madam.
You when the matter was say and no pay. Na machia me Washington DC Metro chairman.
Obama Joseph.
Chairman Janis Asare Bediako. I'm no pay. Well, bombarding me on this show. Say I was me basso. Link no all send your mommy and no send. Just have to be bad time chairman.
That's your
bad. Homodin a boy Juma. I'm Washington chapter now. Washington has gone through a turbulent periods. But Abesum, I'm a Washington and Washington agent branding. And the Bonabaso pa.
That's meaning.
Then somewhere in Wakan so in fact we hit the nail right on the head on issues of education. On he's an educator himself. Ne swadi hunu se obeboa Ghana universities in terms of engineering area, because engineering is what holds the world together. Nti unya obi no this say mebu no mobile in the engineering field no obe volunteer the time the resources no the aboa yenyina yakọ the same university Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Nice. How engineering they play key role when Kwame Nkrumah was established. Now I feel say year on beyond committing the time at the core UST and engineering students no interactive more modern trends in engineering yade or there being so Legon campuses and yade the yadepa or the yadepa nursing and so say a course na that STEM education and MPP promote no ye nya ma fast school system ni mu no mo boa omo give back to their alma maters and schools if it's a beboa. And Chairman Janis Asare was shows our commitment no to make sure say so no call University of Science and Technology Civil Engineering Department almost struggle to even get basic tools on bet me day on and then on percent kwala on baba na chi no on be fasa tibiani into boni homodin bia so no so be ye na hwemu de in his own small way software or they boa schools no any ade no but me hu ne ekoso wo wiase no muso metima apply na ama engineering no aye so real aye everyday thing omo live by no I think say me gina na me bona baso on that score. Okay. Na area for me say Ghana waye kaye nyina ye fam. Yeah, you call old system no. You call 1 to 5. 1 to 5 no waye ke 4 and a year is a year assessment, which is the examination no. O level ye fam. It me pass ye to so call A level 6 form. And us your pim so anzana na me aduma ye kwako university. Now education has gone through a lot of turbulent times, because at the time I old system no and a Rollins and be introduced to the JHS system no. And then we funtum Ghana education na yet education so from the 5 years or I would say 7 years, because when you add the 2 year of 6 form look at O level no it gives you 7 years, and they almost takes about 4 years then the person enters school. But yes idea no with knowing say first of all brofo ye de kira de e wo schools brofo no so nya ye kasa broni no call 4 years no ono de brofo na e den e kire brofo na e ne kasa na brofo no de kire ne nkola ade it is all they not to tun sene a who say omo nkola ne be take off akoma ni masen yen fast, because obe cross sa brofo kan any brofo tro any the construction of grammar ni ade nyina to really appreciate the lecture no enya o kasa no obe bre. But Oman take that into consideration. Omo take so significantly. And dia bedu baby dia bedu. And of okay president for 4 times so what a committee so omo hwehwem secondary education because it was 4 years then. And then so omo buy SF4 no maintain. And at a mills and omo roll it back and omo take so 1 year. The only good thing is when say with technology aba we has be a global village with the advent of social media and near the adeno. Ama and yama see all over the world no obi to Ghana otimi hu at the same time. And to say time be Jim Brenner made my final year at the University of Science and Technology and a computer. It's a computer. And then that time DOS mainframe can and then the whole week no call one time for about 2 hours. Then what we how to type, how to even understand the whole process of computing. It was a mess. Yeah, the Beijing Bremun and free. And then Kwalano, they've been exposed to that world of technology. They understand it's their world. They understand it better than their generation. And it said take you almost maybe 7 years now. Into the shortening of time. Because English literature. Now me here book Macbeth. No, not Macbeth. Hamlet. Komu Ghana, you couldn't find Hamlet in any bookstore to buy.
Oh.
Because who call British Council, or call any of the libraries, university libraries near the idea. Near one so every one just I do time I do or ban was sign it out to be no so you will never get access to it. It has to take my grand uncle who was in Austria then. Or that's who or Florida, Miami, Florida on vacation. And I'm catching October book. In fact, he bought the entire complete works of Shakespeare. So that say we are next year a different book. Nothing I was the entire complete works of Shakespeare with all the sonnets are one in our. And you tell bread and so pesa book now you can just Google and you can get the whole PDF version of that book to read.
Yes.
And Yamaniama Aben Kwalano now done when we were. And I fast forward, I could for Dubai under the leadership of Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe and then Educhum, Honorable Yawaduchum, so betwasono. They revolutionized our education system in a way. Now, this for appreciating the work that the MPP has done. No, who say how I let's be a bit my at Twaso. So, see, the SC with the results of Kalano. One of the things that maybe media me who say SC a bebuame and they say we probably should call for remarking of the results here release. The WAEC plus other independent bodies, no, because as marking scheme no. Yes, I knew Kalani results nina. Omo fail you know. Now omo remarking. That would be my first call. Now yam remarking of the results, no, by an independent, with the involvement of an independent body. Parents must be included. Other educationists must be included. Past headmasters, the independent eye. Now, your mom and Shesa marking a buy, resource a buy. Say indeed, if it's a reflection of Nkolani Nenya, dear Nase, there has been some kind of manipulation somewhere. This will be my conspiracy theory. NDC buy, during the campaign, say, they will give free first year tuition.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Almost 30. Yet it's almost 30. By now, they should know the quantum of money that was put into that program now. Almost share Ghana for some bayano. It has scared them. A bomb. Now, bomb, no. Also, we are BB. Because another entry, first year entry into the universities. And is it a way to cut down on the number of people that will be entering the first year so it doesn't swell up the cost now? From Oma Omuti Omudiana. Is it the case?
Okay, madam. Pacho dia we working. Mr. Was yeah, madam Pacho. We na make us say Otemenka. Osha omu 2026.
Hello, Pacho, what you
I na we. Ote yanka.
Hello.
Oh, mami. Yato nkapa o.
Madam Chair, Kasa.
Hello.
Yes, Kasao. Okay, say I'm like Oba Ebesen Abemubio. Chairman, they are not your chair lady air cannon.
Hello.
Yes. Baba.
Madam Chair, Kasa Yatonka.
So unknown tea and can't me, but I mean one thing. She would join again. Chairman Janis, the truth of the matter now, they are not a chair lady air say the entrance. No, from 2026 budget now, and Sister Ellen is here. So Sister Ellen can also correct me if I'm wrong. Almost since our first year tertiary student, no more first year no. So often on percentage basis, they were only able, and please, this is per Omanga's document. They were only able to do 32% of the total. Like students now they were supposed to get, you know. Meaning, say there are other students here. First one, no I'm saying this to add to what the chair lady was saying, you know, because it is 100%. It is a ultimate chair less than 50% of 100%, and that's still a failure. Into 2025 budget, no crown. Woman to me and so I'm a year and quadradoa. Sebi omutumi ama except the percentage I sebi omo kan wo omo anka so mo ayimu. Into no em said dia Madam Okano, there must be some truth to it. Madam Pacho said
yeah, hello.
Yes, to us.
Pacho and here fana na fe me na minti obi anka.
I'm Pacho na oka the theory say first year student, no tertiary student na oka san ko be mo first you know, or the way said the entry intake of a win entry no ebe low. And then they wouldn't have to cover that much cost.
Yes. And to me, that would be my first conspiracy theory with this. Because until a remarking is done to establish that indeed Nkolani fairly that much. Because Ghana from Kala, smart, they are very intelligent. Very intelligent, even with the kind of environment they find themselves, you know. The cream de la cream, you find them in Ghana.
Yeah,
very good students. It can I find it hard to because time because Beijing brand struggle to find resources to learn, and then the things are so available with a click of a button. You get every information you need.
Yeah,
I have my doubt, and so because I will rather say with the call for a remarking of these results. And it has to be involved, say, with independent bodies, past headmasters, past parents. For marking scheme, yes, indeed, if Nkolani failed that much,
all right.
No, you one. And then my conspiracy theory about say government now who say budget no, a first year tertiary budget no, they can absorb. So let's find a way to cut the numbers coming in into almost fairly the core subjects now, and then that a prerequisite no to enter no. We are good, we are in shape, we have a breathing space, breathe. And then the other thing on the past questions, I think that this past question business should be an indictment on WAEC. WAEC as an organization has been around for a long time. Almost kakra. you can't expect doing the same thing over and over and over. Say something new is going to pop up. Why should past questions be an issue for students? A simple program. A chrome ha. Nkola omutro SAT. Omutro ACT. Any day. They have books. They do subscriptions. They order the books. It comes, they read, or they get an online version. They go there, they practice for a certain number. And why all these years can't do that and even make income out of it? Are we serious as a country? Because past questions, they're here. The problem was that American. Omo junior year, go senior year in high school. Opa di omo tiwano, omba be diska wo ho, akoto either SAT or ACT. ACT no year for most in-state.
Okay, schools no.
In-state school for no. Omo na year SAT. Say your person ko university within the state or no oba ko year SAT. ACT exams. Obi your person ko school anywhere in the 50 states no. Go for the SAT Ghana for cry
SAT.
People who want to go to graduate school, GRE, it be a GMAT.
Madam Network in the corner. Madam Network no. Madam about him say oh. Munyam network notes. Sam George no. And now many boss still pages and so no or becano. Now unim be I mean Janis answer na your madam bebano. Unim say bano Ghana marking of SSC for now. And I am the lecturer ewaha. Yes, sister Ellen there. Sister Ellen there. She's on TikTok. She's keeping the TikTok running for me, you know. I mean, like from time to time, I'll be picking her brain so that we could. When him say almost the 45 days, and the markets are exams way, 45 days to mark a whole examination. 45 days. Can you imagine? 45 days. Yeah. Oh yes. 45 days.
The mechanism. You see, let's not even focus on even the mechanism or the number of days. At the end of the day, no, Madam Chair spoke about something very clearly. Let's have an independent body relook at this. What you are saying to ascertain the facts. It could be said it's computerized marking, you know, so 45 days might even be too long. We don't know the mechanism. But the most important thing in this, the most important thing in this.
Tell my information. May say, NDC for. Nanka omu to me after your university graduate be create NUS in if nanka oma chepe personal amom proportionally said the beyan kombenya butre e they marking the correct even if they were going to do it in the the 45 days. Instead they didn't do that. Yeah, the argument my yankasa job for the boys. And now and they said the more you mark, the more you get paid. Sanity bisobi o Ghana says telling some boy catch him some lying. Oh my, and they said the more you mark, the more you get paid. Into a boy and running so
Felix, and the guy said, what Madam Chair said is very important. It's all about transparency. What you are saying?
Yes,
it is here remarking, right? That's OBR. We have interested parties as part of the processor. Then we are going to rule out all some of these problems. But you know, that I can't tell Madam Chair, they know about the remarking and said, if they've changed the marking scheme, right, that has to be made public to the Ghanaians. What was the basis? What was the emphasis? What you say? Because once some marking scheme, now definitely going to affect, you know, the performance. But why did you do that? So that discussion has to be had, and once you establish that basis, then yes, let's go to what Madam Chair is saying. Let's remark it and see, sir, when in Cologne Feli and pass and passy, very, very important what Madam Chair said, because we need to establish some clarity in what happened. As I said, now I stand by the fact, sir, it is something that this NDC government did that is causing these results, and we need to get to the bottom of it. And this Madam Chair,
Pacho, well, sorry, of course, now disturbing.
No problem.
And my first conspiracy theory about the cost containment. measure. In the end, you're failing kwalano, so the cost will come down. The first year's entries, form. Or two, my second conspiracy theory, the comment John Mahama made about students are more passing. Or see, the teachers connive with the students.
Yeah, to cheat.
Yeah. And so is it the case is say, not some no kind or man a reality by failing them because now they can attribute that to strict invigilation. Another conspiracy theory that goes to support what Chairman Janis Ekano say. This is an intentional plan to do this, so that these two conspiracy theories that have illuminated not because anything I'm remarking is very important, and I'm surprised that nobody has talked about it.
There be Osanka, and you know, Nebeka wasemo aggressive kiss and no Nebeka wasem. As they say, no man post. Osanka aggressive kiss and no ne Dr. Wan, there's almost a cheapest board. So into bed.
And dear Messa can be say. This results, if indeed that was the result, is an indictment of every teacher in Ghana. Because at least there's a lot of research out there that says about 80-something% of nipebia, unless you have mental illness or some sort, or sort of at least up to a master's degree level. There's research. That's how smart people are. Say you can see a school. You bet a breaky all the barriers up to that level. And so the teachers, are burdened. So what are the quality of teachers and what are they teaching students? Teachers, if fairly say then we put the blame on the case and not the teachers who taught them. So Bekaya. In 2001, when President George Bush II came to power, they did something that they called No Child Left Behind Bill. It's about 900 pages, more than 900 pages bill for education. They moved the responsibility and accountability of teaching and learning to teachers. So teacher ni na akwala any class na or failure. The indictment is not on the child, but on the teacher who is not helping the child do well.
True.
In Tiano, they created a platform where after school teaching via one-on-one with akwala or struggle, break the things down, now ultimately catch up with the peers. Until they put all these measures in place, because this is a country that is taking the education seriously. So you are not leaving any child behind. Interquala or struggle. The teacher has a responsibility to make the child catch up to a more higher level. And that was done. And it said, if Nkola fairly at this magnitude, you teachers free man and but how has he dealt with the teachers?
Very bad.
The last almost one year only teachers in Nini. Are the teachers motivated enough? Are the teachers happy? Minim cry, we said go for teachers because some lie a little you scaffold Ministry of Education and my police for Pamo Womufi. As nothing. So when the teacher is not motivated enough, the input to the development of the child, the confusion that they created about even line teacher for teachers.
Line teacher exams.
Something that you guys push for. MPP are buying back, so almost buy. Now you want to roll it back. Are we serious? Is NDC serious with teachers in Ghana? Teachers no are confined or consigned to only Ghana, but cannot go beyond the borders of Ghana when you have a license or what. And some people are clapping for this mediocrity.
Yeah. We actually had a presidential staff.
I also push for this teacher evaluation. So very important. And who can better evaluate their own teachers? Is the children, the wards in Kolano. University master's degree level. A bachelor's but the master's degree level. You evaluate your own teachers at the end of the semester. And not trying to determine whether a teacher can even have tenureship or not.
Okay.
They have a standard evaluation, teacher evaluation a year. Yama ukalana assess content how and all that. Because the one education no anye holistic. Now omo matter in the process no one bring you to the table to be part of it. Ukalana be how but ukalana ye dachi anything that here. So you're making sure that what we are teaching them, how we are teaching them, who is teaching them what, no. You need come near share. Now, maki say why I existed for probably more than 50 years.
Oh yes.
Now only a system where people can even subscribe, pay a small fee, get every past questions. WAEC has run the entire yes, sir. WAEC no I exist. Now it has to take government of Ghana to have to buy all those in bulk and give it to students, and then the following year, people their coach and cut here, people their toilet, whatever. You hope you the next year for the from my woman, yeah, you hear mom. So Nkolani has no and one other reformer. Me feel say and also WAEC. I saw indict the WAEC. They say, why must we be writing exam on paper in this 21st century?
Okay.
Yeah, but school America. I see them go through TOEFL. The call British Council. I go through TOEFL, which is a test for whatever for English.
Yeah. English proficiency. Yeah.
Even at that time, 2000 thereabout. Now, TOEFL no exam or computer so. Okwani aswama now to home. No, I click it. Why you also you get a preliminary results. We're saying that but at least you get the preliminary results of the
what you've done.
A friend is saying multiple questions before you leave.
Yeah.
So you eliminate the human factor. No. So being a quacoshim, no, I say we no the right box or all that no. We should move into that realm.
Okay.
And quality classroom them you can't about examination more practices cheating. Yeah. The chrome and proficiency exams or testing or SAT, ACT, whatever. Any other high school or middle school proficiency exams. Computer next year. You are you are not doing the same questions.
There be almost the same.
Almost from two questions. And may be different from the Chairman Janis, from the LNA. Meanwhile, it is within the same course content. The question may have been framed differently. Yeah. And so a country that has dealt with examination more practices for years, best practices is there. I until your two in the exam. No, question 1 no, or no, the question probably 20.
Yeah. Undu hopo.
Question 1 now will answer no. What is the name of your teacher? I will answer question 1 no. Or no, what is the name of your teacher no? And the question 20 or 30. So right then you eliminate that cheating, fraud, and all that. But the child should be able to leave that exam hall knowing sending objective questions now.
Ojina good standing.
When or some akadie I was say obi do na kokofem extra no eno na mark in my. He has a fair idea when he leaves the examination hall. Let's say the pana kokotena fie many months. And san yes ya ko mark near their bank wa fail when ya f. It's Ghana, we are better than that. When you put Ghana within the West Africa sub-region or even the entire Africa region in terms of education, Ghana for a nimpa. But we are doing things in slow motion, as if say we are not ready to get to a certain destination. Ebema ahutoswobia ba. I didn't say the parent left here 3 months, 4 months a cheat. And sana, even professional exams, professional exams. Chairman Janis will tell you. Be a professional exam, right there, you get some
your score.
You upset. You are within a certain range. So you leave the exam hall confident.
Yeah.
I don't know what pass it. And I wait uncle Yamame. That doesn't have to take months. And no.
Okay.
We are better than that as Ghanaians. You're quite cheap. A bad technology, Ghana, you're quite nim. Let's continue to innovate, bring innovation into everything that we do. So we'll be ahead of the curve when it comes to the Africa region.
Okay.
But some papers my
Basa.
We should protect them. We should do everything. So your parent now what do you say the obre and how I obre and son also my brow. You have failed as a parent. You should strive to say your child should be better than you, should do well than you, should have better systems than you, should have a more improved system than you had. That should be your goal. Into your policies, it has to be geared towards making it better than what you went through. Then when Kobasa near will suffer and Tinkolano should suffer more. And until why a mass failure. All because you are looking at your cost. Obina share was Obama free university and first year entries. And on that basis, on what basis did John Mahama made that statement, reckless statement? Say teachers name Colana collaborating or more a chitty and no more passy. Gosh, I mean, we need to do better than this as a country.
All right.
It's your question you will have.
Me pacho you made answer pa. I say yenya other guests to so join in. In the chairman pacho hold on kakra. Na me ma Mr. Charles Yamoa, me man a chance kakra na me ma Mr. Gordon so chance kakra no so the echoes way way in on it. Mr. Charles pacho so on me to home and come on here been so far will be come and I will input to be our debate. Mr. Charles Yamoa say uti oh Charles on me to home. The higher microphone no chem. So one okay. Patron say Eja Charles here ready there. Mr. Gordon. The patron so and come what join the echoes way na the patron also who is saying what you are saying na teacher bia or no mark bi e wa ha say sika omutua for marking no kra nya kra na je say the ana your madam o kan ye a teacher for na nkasa no aban na nche da ntinani and show me any intervention there obi twetwe mu. Mr. Gordon, the patcho the echoes way e dey na work afa ho. Ma we no so kakra as ye nche da nte wonka. Oh, there be. Emma, Mr. Gordon, no, Emma, Okasa, Emma, meaning Odiama, a yana, a son of Mokano. What the audio number Bibiana because Emma, Okasa, Emma. Oh, there be. Win him, sign Remubu, aye. Patro, sign Remubu. Mr. Charles Yamwa, oh, and I still oh my. Mama, I mean, Chairman Janis, so I mean to me no in 1 or 2 EBA me person me. All right. So Sister
Alex.
Yes, sir.
Come be back open and can't dear Madam Chakan, which is very, very fruitful. But I dear about come a car on say, this is a BBS here. We have what sometimes we call a root cause analysis.
Yeah.
Okay. So what the nation needs to do is say, dear Ben and no year last year. And I did no year this year. And so you Ben Abba. What you say? What has gone down, what has improved, what has declined. Very, very, very important for you to identify the reason why we are seeing this. That is another thing I want to add. So let's do a deep root cause analysis as to what MPP was doing when we were in power for these teachers and what is currently happening. It could be motivational issues, saying Madam Cheka, say okay. It could be a whole lot of reasons, but that root cause analysis needs to be done for us to be able to clearly identify what is happening. And I said, Madam Cheka, and it could also be an issue of the party not being motivated. But people say, and say, Madam Cheka, and this is one. Influence is not part of education in your priority. And I'm not going to promise be as Madam Cheka. But all those things would come out if we do a proper root cause analysis where we compare what was being done as what is done now and find the cause of the problem.
Mr. Gordon, Pachawaba, I feel me into Kakra, you to one. Okay, Sir Gordon never and saying you, but where you know so you're unmuted, maybe. Well, Mia will Mike no Mia Subioni and I'm say Mike na block it, meaning why, and a wasn't our blocking wall. One say microphone no cross Abetumusa, it's not on. Good. Start to cast anyway. My goddess. Oh, man, yes, sir. Oh, Sir Gordon, and Nepa, many will page you see. Me person me because Kasaba Yenti, me ya papa. Yente, yeah, Kasaba Yente. Sorry. That's it for said the econo obekono was saying be unkopem say cool. And I mean Chairman Janis Asare Bediako on no ye me main guest and I menya me chair lady so obaya from Kwabe joining me. Mr. Charles Yamu also be joining and Mr. Gordon abe joining, but unfortunately Mr. Gordon line no in Kansas see any over TikTok so anyame adaroma me wo me sister ene ahon fidua obapa ama ofusua de kon Ellen eso ha ono so he who do fought and down for us. Sister Ellen, they are Elkosuni na who will be kakra sana mene chairman no we are
But I can confidently say, scenario. I will tell everybody exactly what has happened. Last year, the last 2 years, Mokai and Kuala Echo exams, so more idea pass. Sambeno, na ye Rajo Mahama, no war. Opposition. Instead of congratulating the children, now on country almost say, oh my idea, Yamia and Shram. Now your mom better when going forward, no. Or the country and teachers near for. I remember that because I spoke on it on my TikTok. We can send me a video on it. Also, teachers near Yakron for parents near Yakron for and Palano to see train your mama Yakron for because the government had bought past questions to send Palani for and she had the teacher followed your matter or some of their teeth. The parents now almost penny man on to see and show me a teeth. And I training Kuala on what they senior junior teach.
in the mentality no or no now about president is here the mentality on the buyer. Now be on no one as a student here across 4 years. What is center or Banwama students have a party? He needs to justify why the students are thieves and the parents are thieves. And the assessment this year no political. No be my education educational system is politicized. Political. John Mahama is trying to defend on this reform mentality. Some Kwalana free SHS and that woman, they are doing so well. And Kwalana Mutini passed the Harvard and they call Oxford, you know. Some Kwalana Yakron for. Now many are break at because they say we are already having an issue in the UK.
Okay.
This week, scholarship from Kwalana, the NDC government has refused to pay for their fees in 1 year. Yeah, a minimum are being deported. Home office are sure students need to be fees. There's a school no one to mean it's a minimum are ready for deportation. A minimum to mean graduating. PhD students are done fine. And now video be about it or can pay as a MPP Jaka $32 million pounds. According to the former secretary boss, MP for Buapa is this not for South Kingsley. Also, 2017, when we took over, NDC had left a bill of over £57 million, but we paid. But the same is for the
students, you know, yeah.
Are being sent down, yet they deported from the UK. And you may want to say US airport labor. Already US name so this is the mentality. Would the buy
Sister Ellen. Sister Ellen.
Postulation and your postulation and your intentional.
Sister Ellen, me pa cho to boase. Chairman Janis. Mami obaya, obi a wa uti me pa cho. Yankofa 2025 NDC budget. Sister Ellen, you to force na beka say sa e Canada ho na omo wo no. Wo mo atweska omo di kotu ana zeska no e den o man disgrace.
Me say scholarship the letter to the UK government, to the Parliament of the UK. School fees all these years, especially PhDs, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, it's going down the drain. The UK home office is sending them home.
Debut, Sister Ellen. Still, you people are not answering my questions. You people are not answering my question. My question is say 2025 on the floor of Parliament. Are two forcing and Ukraine to ODD ya cry MPP for them. Say you today ya no buy no more to sell we go to ya. You know this as the canon. No more to enter na ya from UK for na be fear na say dey na e so.
Oh, I want to start this off.
Oh wow. Chairman, wow.
Yeah.
Sadema we ntina ya na ma ye na ya dwuni bomu a ye betra na ye bom ati a na mu gina na o Felix yen keep it easy. Enkrofo we ya brunsamfo mama ye mu so mama ya brunsamfo. And this in your political party papa eya munya ya ne yemfa nwu omo so wo ya baifo. Am ya baifo.
Felix, I'm in intro. Some of us are measured in some of these. Yes, sir, you hold it before NDC or any political party. But the honors relies on your CS or Krumho. Your software or Krumho. You want penny for many Krumho. But as we have all these stakeholders in the country. Okay? See, I'm quickly now. I'm sorry. And yeah, the air that's a you wouldn't about community. They are not going to listen. And so it's not about being in one corner and shouting, and it's about the collective effort as a nation. Or see money that she's saying Madam Check and you can watch them. And your MPP are some, and your NDC are some, and your EPP are some. And yeah, my dachi. I would expect say I suffer for one sorry tia, CS on sorry tia. We now move your can't be say, hey, we education here they see politicize it. Let's get to the root cause of it. That is how we are going to solve it. What I say, we can go out there and scream and shout, but if the people out there are not part of this effort, sir, they won't do anything. I can give you a clear example. Omuchi Abronye, right? Nobody's holding brief for him. But when Ghanaians felt say he had been detained beyond the mandatory period, they left him. So that is what needs to be done. We need to have a concerted effort where all these stakeholders in society are putting their mouth in, because it's a Ghanaian problem. It's not an NDP problem. It's a Ghanaian problem, and that's how we need to look at it.
Now, Chairman, you are talking about CSOs. Sister Elena, I'm talking. Yeah, Papa John Mahama, an appointment you're the buy. Fano the clergy. All the clergies are on payroll. All the clergies, they are on payroll. For CSOs, we boy, yeah, our friend Thompson, Asepa. Saya the Nico Secretariat to say they are a scholarship secretariat. I don't know to what. Obi a no jinemu a no oba by netis or your neutral no. Exchange Commission. Me da say Securities and Exchange Commission. Asepa Thompson Obedina Bediako for Adu Atemu. Until now, look at somebody like that. How do you expect that person to come out to talk? On Kasa, Mister, do you like to be kissed aggressively? Minim say you will kiss more aggressive. Or no say you're not going to Shepherd's board. Into any part that Shepherd's board as well. Is so good no. Or Becadian. Yeah, Papa Wingam, Assemblies of God for penny. And then what the board so what did he say tam? Into this yeah, no, the argument to say this current CSO senior there, Becasa, Juma, point in case, cathedral, clergy for the coho. What did he say? He found a different thing to tell them. Galam say, the clergy went there, the CSOs went there. He found a different thing to tell them. Into no having them there say we want them to lead, it's not going to work for us.
Felix, you mentioned a key point. I don't know whether you got it. You said the current CSOs, and that is key, because we've seen that these people are compromised. But that doesn't mean say there are not other CSOs out there, there are not other pastors out there that can speak to it. What you say? And that is what I'm calling for. So we still have genuine people in Ghana. We still have people that have the right mindset for Ghana, and they need to rise up. I want my compromise to be a woman. So we are all seeing it, and the evidence is there. But that doesn't mean that we don't have right mindset people that want to speak the truth to power. And these are the people that need to rise up. Young for Ghana, me said, I'm betting sorry. I can say you are so papa. I'm betting sorry. I can't answer me. We start with CSOs that speak, and they come and they speak their mind, and they would be able to go take this government into task. If you understand, okay. Dr. Jordan Fene, Papa, I'm going share. What you say? That's what needs to be done. We need to have people that should rise up beyond politics and speak in some of these things. And I think there are Ghanaians that are there that can play that role. So let's call on them, and let's not focus on the CSOs that have proven that they were there just because of what they want to gain out of government.
Okay. Me pacho answer na metwas akaka krana me name mpenifo we ye Kojo me pacho don't go, you will give me your take. Necessarily na ebiwie our TikTok, but Big Mona, please, you have 3 minutes quick, because I'm still in the conversation going on. So in 3 minutes, what can you tell us?
My boss, sometimes I do struggle a lot before I can have the opportunity to join your live session.
That's okay.
And as your good brother and a young communicator from the northern region, considering the advocacy you have been doing for the party, more especially Dr. Baumia, whenever I see your live program, I see a privilege to join on, also to make my small submission.
Okay.
And as I always tell you, I am not a native speaker of the Twi language, so I would just want you to paraphrase more the topical issues for me to also make my quota of contribution and then.
Oh, actually, today we are having a one-on-one with the chairman of Washington Metro, Chairman Janis, and we're talking about education. We're talking about the failures that has happened, what government has done or what government has not done, and the way forward. So please, if you want to come in, you can come in briefly, and then I can get back to them and then finish it, please.
Yeah, you said so far you want me to the topical issues are.
Is the examination results of the what was it a lack of government? Yeah, I'm like the one see I'm like a result. Was it a government issue? What issue is it? How could it be? Rectified and whatnot. So keep it brief for me because they are at work and stuff. So I have to finish it fast for them to go. Yeah, let's hear you.
Yeah, so if I can hear you clearly, it looks like there was a fluctuation. You mean the topical issue has to do with the recent publication of the WAEC results?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, all right. So, Mr. Felix, like we keep saying, let me get the opportunity from you to recognize all the guests that you have on your live program. Yeah. And I also commend you for the good work you have been doing for the party. And very quick one. You see, there are some instances that we don't need to play politics with certain very sensitive issues. You understand that? You know, more especially, there are some particular parameters of our politics. When it gets to those domains, we don't make politics with that, or we don't make propaganda with those things. Education as the backbone of the country shouldn't have something to do with politics. You see, health and that of education. These are the transformational aspect or transformational domains of the country. So if the educational system is being politicized, or we try to always make false propaganda with it, at least it's very bad. And it's always the NDC that always wants to make propaganda with certain very sensitive issues like what we are seeing. The recent publication by the WAEC, when you take your time to do the subject by subject analysis, you know, we are teachers at the basic school level. At the end of every WAEC year or WASI year, we try to do, after the broadsheet result is sent to every basic school, we try to make subject by subject analysis and know that these are the rate of performance in this particular subject and then the overall general performance. But now, if you take time to look at what WAEC published recently, you will realize that it's very bad. The result that has been recorded in the face of WAEC 2025 is very bad. And what is needed to be done is for us to come together as a country to actually make time to know what exactly were the factors behind this particular rate of failure that we've just encountered. But you see, the NDC, I saw, excuse me to say, the current Vice President of the Republic, Nanaji, making direct reference to a particular year, I think in 2014, where there was a massive failure on the part of students that start for WAEC. I was very shocked as somebody who has been recognized as an educationist, the woman of her status, trying to forcefully make direct references of instances where students fail, trying to make the issue look like that is not the first time we encounter such a tragic happening in the face of what? Our education. You see, education should not be playing politics with. We shouldn't play politics with education. No, because that is the system that usually produce young intellect graduates for us to be able to fit well into the system. So if things are not going right, we have to make time to actually devise a mechanism or remedy to get those deficits corrected. But we don't try to drag politics into that. No. It's very bad. When I listen to the NDC, some prominent people from the NDC, and then the way they try to forcefully ascribe what we are seeing at the moment in the face of John Mahama administration, they are forcefully trying to play politics with it. And politics should not come in there. No. Politics should not come in. If a government actually means well for its citizens, or if the government actually means business, and the government is up to business, there are some particular two sectors of the economy. That is the educational sector and that of the health sector. Those two sectors should be the government's ultimate priority. More especially the educational system. More especially the educational system. Because when you look at the educational system, that is the universal realm of all professionals. All professionals are being produced from the educational system. If you think of health specialists, doctors and other staff, they all pass through the educational system. So if the educational system is not shaped in a better way, then what we stand to get or record in the country, we are going to produce a bad lot of graduates. who cannot take care of us. Because doctors will pass through that poor system of education we are talking about. So if we actually encounter such tragedy happening, what we need to do is we try to come together collectively. We think as a collective people, or in the name of collective thinking, we try to maneuver a way just to cater for the situation. But when I see people trying to play politics with those kind of issues, it's very worrying. It's so worrying. In fact, you see, and let me tell you, on record, no government, when it comes to educational interventions or educational reforms, who has ever improved the educational system.
Oh,
wow. About the government. You understand that?
Yeah.
Tell me, even the time of late Mills, to the legacy of late Mills when it comes to the educational sector, added to the legacy of John Dramani Mahama, they have a zero legacy. So we are not surprised what we are hearing, or we are not surprised people, individuals from the NDC are trying to make politics with what we are seeing. No government has ever, see, in the face of this free senior high school policy, earlier when we were advocating for this free senior high school policy, John Mahama, as the sitting president, what was his comment? His comment was that Ghana has no capacity, or Ghana will not be able to run a program like the free senior high school. But let's not go far. The FQ, the free compulsory universal basic education, where basic education became a universal thing for every Ghanaian at a school-going age. So now, sourcing our morals from the FQ is more sourcing our morals from the FQ. It tells us that Ghanaians have the capability or the capacity to be able to run a free senior high school policy, where a secondary school qualification become a minimum for every Ghanaian. That was the rationale behind the policy. But NDC were actually trying to play politics with it. And if I should tell you the amount of money that was invested in the free senior high school to see it established and to see it be in operation for that 8 years, in fact, a lot of graduates have passed through that free senior high school, and today they are young, well-competent graduates, and they are doing very well for the country. People keep appreciating the graduates of the free senior high school in the first place. Some of them had the opportunity through scholarship to go to abroad and study better advanced courses, and they are back to the country. They keep commending and saluting President Akufo-Addo for that. But why is it that the NDC is trying to play politics with this? When I listen to Nana Jane, the current vice president, who has once been an educational minister and has been through her entire life, she has been through the educational system. I'm surprised she was trying to make false reference to this particular failure that we've just recorded in the face of the YE exams.
And you know what, Mona, let me say this. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on. Try and wrap up. Yeah, try and wrap up.
Play politics with it. See, no government has ever gave a very positive transformation to education like Akufo-Addo Bawumia did. Even I can tell you on record that no teacher, no government has ever improved the standard of living of teachers just to make sure that teachers are well paid, or teachers get allowances in order to be able to teach students very well to become young, competent people in the future, like Akufo-Addo Bawumia did. Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, when they came to power, they tried to find out in the face of the teaching fraternity, what were the allowances teachers stand the chance to benefit from. We only had a single allowance where every individual teacher was just entitled to 100 Ghana cedis for a month. That was just the only allowance for teachers in the face of teaching fraternity. But when Akufo-Addo Bawumia government came to power, they knew the impact of education. And then you can't think of the impact of education and don't think about the betterment of teachers. Teachers having a better working condition. So Akufo-Addo Bawumia government said, no, this professional development allowance where every teacher stands the chance to get 100 Ghana cedis as the stipulated amount for every month, for each month. And usually that particular 100 Ghana cedis is not paid to your net pay salary at the end of the month. They will keep their money at the end of November every year. Then it's accumulates 100 cedis against the 12 months. That will be 1,200. And then that particular 1,200 will be paid in addition to your November salary. But Mr. Felix, Akufo-Addo Bawumia said, government said, no, teachers deserve better. This particular 1,200 that is paid every November, every year, we have to increase it. So they increase it from 1,200 to 2,400 for every teacher in the country. Then from there, they felt like the 2,400 was not enough. Mr. Felix, the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government went further to introduce a digital allowance. They felt like teachers have been doing research with their computers and phones, so we must introduce a digital allowance where every teacher is entitled to 800 Ghana cedis. And which was also paid in the same month of November. So in the month of November, that was the only month where teachers have higher expectations. That was the only month teachers begin to celebrate their Christmas.
Cocoa season.
My brother, let's look at these interventions. And then the rationale behind these interventions. Those interventions actually aim at what? Boosting the living standard of teachers in order for teachers to give their utmost best to students.
Yes.
These are the issues we are talking about.
All right.
But do you know the funny thing? The tragedy at the moment in the face of teachers, just recent November.
Oh, your network. I wanted you to end that on that note for me. So,
which has been a traditional allowance for teachers. The traditional allowance, which has been the only source of allowance to teachers, which was increased by Akufo-Addo Bawumia government from 1,200 to 2,400, and the digital allowance where every individual teacher were paid additional 800 Ghana cedis, aside the professional development allowance. You see, Controller Accountant General Department, at the end of every month, they have their calendar where they release electronic salary payment vouchers to various institutions for them to validate their workers. So when these electronic salary payment vouchers were released to various institutions for validation to be done, people on the payroll.
While his line is getting clear, hold on, Mona.
People, they validated those that.
Okay, Mona, try and end so that I can talk to the guests. You know why? Try and end. I'm like, you can stick around a bit. Yeah. I'm saying.
Am I still coming?
Yes. Yeah. Hold on. I said.
So when.
Okay. Can you hear me?
When. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. What I'm saying is that try to wrap up quick so that we can come back again and take your next submission.
I'll wrap up. I'm wrapping up. So when those people people that are that serve the role of validators, they log in their credentials to do the validation. Now they commence the validation process after logging in to validate all staffs under their various institutions. They realized that those two allowances were taking effect. But after they finished validation and salaries were paid, we realized that those two allowances were not paid. And that is the first time we are seeing this in this country. They were not paid. Those two allowances were not paid. But when you check the salary payment voucher, there was an indication that those two allowances, the first allowance that was increased from 1,200 to 2,400, and the additional 800 digital allowance were all captured as part of the electronic salary. But they were not. So your mama has intentionally, in the face of the controller, add more bitterness to teachers.
Okay.
So if you should do this to teachers, what do you expect to be the outcome of it?
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
When you go back to 2012, teachers that were employed by John Dramani Mahama, those teachers worked for 12 good months, one annual year. Then at a point in time, John Mahama wickedly introduced a 3-month pay policy. He paid them only 3 months, and then the 9 months outstanding arrears were not paid. Those teachers still exist in the system.
Okay.
Teachers that were recruited, the last batch of teachers that were recruited by Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, and I can tell you on record, even if you add the legacy of late Mills to John Mahama's legacy in 2012 when he was a president, no government has ever recruited more teachers and more health professionals than Akufo-Addo Bawumia government.
Okay.
Akufo-Addo Bawumia government from 2017 to 2024, they recruited over 96,720 something teachers. And the last batch of, I was employed by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, and I worked for a period of 10 months, and all my salaries were paid with arrears.
All right.
So as I speak to you, the last batch of teachers that were recruited by Nana Addo Bawumia government before they left power, those teachers actually worked for a period of 15 good months. But when the salaries of November were paid, that was the only month they were paid for. The remaining 14 months has not been paid. So those are the things we are talking about, Mr. Felix.
All right. Just hold your breath for me. Just hold your breath for me. Because I want to finish with my guest so that he can go on, and then the rest of us here can do the rest of the the discussions. But breaking news, Janis, breaking news. Everybody watching, Ghana went for the draw today. Now World Cup draw no, my mom information kakra. Ghana last group numu. Ghana ne last group. Your last group group L emu. Now one more you know mobile England, Croatia, Panama. Me say studio Ghana group no your England, Croatia, Panama. Tino the eye ne the natural said the eye no. Ukofe busueni edene bedi o man animu a okovo tu bia nsem ne yede bre yen eyinom Karasao ne hwan ni na kata no wo a ezesange ne kata no ni na eko group mako piepia mo ho ade enye airplane na eti ahwe a na eye blanket ya yewia no yi hotel Ghana players bibia basa na me bon pa is this time no man enfesika enkotena play mu enfa nkoma players because last time we call World Cup no or banan profile konum kubensu 100 Ghana ekodi dokuno 20 Ghana per ball near the idea. Internet, that is the breaking news. Actually, made in kind account, so Ghana is in the same group with Panama, with England, and then Croatia. Me pato senior Charles Yamwa me ba mo so bas me pese me ne me guest no ewie Chairman Janis, why are there say one atena ha one me the obaya Mr. Kojo DC, Charles Munina, Sister Ellen Munina, my idea said when me has take it up to this time. And tell you the baby now me will question be a chairman.
Me a clarification be Chairman Janis Nas and be all kind of.
Okay, but you're clear.
Now I reckon that intina aya na dey go on no na Chairman Janis O2 for the aya na jubro. But more saying there NDC for no. The country Ghana no is very polarized between NDC and NPP. It is at the Bonnie Crampo na NDC for no year. And Crawford University and Crawford Kita was young ma unity. And so no at the Bona NDC for yana Oba ha Omano and Oba ha Omano no can kono. One can want some more by there rather no. What support at the Bona NDC warrior no. Inti every Ghana says here, a man no, what's it to up and some? Inti no, if you're there says here, I wanna a man Ghana wabo hoka on you wanna ba a manone. Wabe young man, what graduate, no wabe fear no was about woman. Why should I was the previous party needs a cow? Inti no, or the home office for the port one. Now government is a continuum, what the cow. Say education, why a budget are? Education and health or a priority for the government. And you know, why the one pesca no won't ya rather than what the 78 million was Akama a quacho for su. And you know, and this you know, a man no point or there, Ghana for no yes, BBP in summer oracle, do near there, and this party no on Wagana, now on Wagana so. Now last year, Tama Wayak resort no. Mahama Gina Simpi so catch Ghana for the more from an way you for. Na Akufo-Addo no watch on we in says I'm so we mean our person, right? In say no, on enough fish da and Nkrofo no kaya exams are the whole Ghana, or you done the whole Ghana resort no or you very bad. At least one region and one district or the whole Ghana. Into ya Buapaye na NDC why no just to denigrate Akufo-Addo na SHS no the ono na onye papa onye adze papa ntina nkrofo no wo pass no na say free SHS no onye adze papa ancha amoni oye den na oba Brunei wan won UK ho wan won UK wan go school UK nso oba no Brunei University one of the top universities were UK or West London right na brofo no won tum no say wa pass why as the first degree mo pass mo with high with distinction ewa nso dem free HS na okre nti so wie ma nka oye den na oba ya otumi nye abrofo wo compete wa ha ewa nti no NDC fo no wa shada wa bobo na wo ye wo say education system no na worry with egu abanda down na wa basen ko no n'enyim ase nti that is their evidence o chere wo be fail mo from no
okay me that say chairman me patcho me ba so on but one say kojo DC dina so chair nti pesa nka
kojo DC Charles nka
patcho ube we in kakra dia ecos we ube on meeting na we in kakra na aka metume the last set of questions now but now everyone gets a bite of it and then we are done. Mr. Kojo DC ube on meeting oh Mr. Kojo niho ha jene okay me fie jina so ma me na me ne empanifo no wie na afei yenya conversation na ma ya ye ho ye 1 hour more to exhaust in all sorts of conversations let me finish with the leadership and I will come back to it. Mr. Kojo Waba and I still Kojo man okay Chairman Janis ye DNDC for unkomo pi mi be jama wakono education e dey wedding ka kire mu dia ayekwam se Kojo asan aye education e dey wedding ka kire mu dia eko na ye ni so se utumi ba ya oni ye ba be di enkomo Mr. Kojo Waba
me wa Felix
okay we there enkomo akoso so far my small my small my kakra efa ho na let's move on.
Me that's bebre the kan me nda wo ase na me nda Margaret Thatcher ya one and only oba from Pon at a chairperson yenda na say na me nda me am chairman amrantie chairman back up person
yes
ade ni say ade ba kwa nyina esi hu ni say nkola disuade na ye ka ho asem no na de amana ye din ni say unze abanya e wosi omo wotrimpo bi a omo de baaye won ze ase ne wotu obi ho pe atimfo obeka
yeah
na afi uku hu nipa no na ne ye baako na hu nipa no se ni subanti a edin sene wobetimi ayi ho ayi saa pena na wo peno nti de chairman kan ni obaya kan ni the gentleman okasa asisia no ade a se wawe wakoko na susun wadae
sa
enoma na ye awaban mu no ade a na ebo man no ba ma me fa wentwam ansa me say say NDC afo no before mbeba aban mu no omukoko kan ngoma bi a ye friend 48 laws of power and omde ba man mu mo bi ni say ka bibi ba ye bibi different nti eno na omde ba nti aban na omba no they have an agenda they na omo won say amanfo entie de ebe mo masomo aye omde me MPP ni ebe me yase meka sasem so meka say Ghana for nso ye deserve the abano because ya sumu ye de ma ye kansem to yen ya ban ye na nado dan kwakufo ado aban ne Dr. Bawomi aban so ne MPP aban so sa to the extent say na ye ho aye ni manfo ye ho ahi dodo nti sebi se mokra na mede ma na me ma 2 cups no more expect so be o man half cup no ho won faso because I say people were voting against their own interest, and that is exactly what has happened in our country. Into education, me person meka ho asem bebre because mema no two pe na metwa so. The kind responsibility no mofra na aba no. Bebre na they are not paying attention to say no. We pay attention to our culture because I'm just basing two things. Social studies and mathematics and almost fairly the most.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes,
and the
sir.
social studies, what is social studies about? It's about our environment. Let's see who be your culture. Yes, no. Ben kolana bana bebre no, I know. As someone pay attention, they pay attention to more of us Western world and normal consisting what is in their surroundings. Into you know one thing. To focus on that. Na how as parents yɛn nyinaa yɛ nyi no yɛwɔ nɔɔma bi a ne yɛ maame no yɛ papa abusuapɛni yɛ kɔ yie papa do ɔbɛkɔ yie ase a nana bi wu a yɛsɛ obiara is concentrated in Accra obiara nfa ne ba poro nkɔ Accra ase na wakɔ akɔhu ha ɔno mewɔ me nkɔla abere me fira kosomu a mekɔ apɛpɛm kye bi apɛpɛm na makɔdi akɔ ama so I know my environment I know what goes on ba yɛn musa yɛn ho sɛ parents ahen na ɛyɛ saa adeɛ na ɔbɛtam ne ba ɛfiri nkran na ɔde no akɔ akura ase ama no akɔna akɔdi akɔ ama na wahu baabi a wɔfiri sɛ aha na mefiri me a chimney me a santini me a kuroboni me a nkrani this is our culture this is our heritage this is what we do a yɛn nkɔla abere mu no wasua nti no I think it's one thing na ɛsɛ here then the second we come to the teachers me maybe I meka and I will end with this wopɛ sɛ wohu obiara priority a hwɛ ne sikasɛm ne budget nti yɛnhwɛ budget na aban no de bɛto wɔ no what was the priority yɛka 2025 for education if the chunk of sika a yɛde kɔ budget mu no ɛyɛ biribi a na yɛ prioritize education a ɛno na resource no yɛde amfa anya no so ate ase nti no sɛ wote wo fie na mene wo nyinaa because government ɛnyɛ different no it's different te sɛ mene wo mmienu nyinaa te yɛ firi wosɔre anɔpa a adɛn na ɔdwen adɛn na mɛyɛ a me yere ne me mma bɛnya baabi de ɔm ti ato ɔmbɛnya aduane adi ɔmbɛkɔ school ɔmbɛnya mu nti sɛ wo 60% of your budget ɛkɔ w'abusuafoɔ mu a ɛno kyerɛ sɛ ɔprioritize abusuafoɔ no but wo 60% kɔ ahuhuradeɛ ho a ne yɛnhyɛ ɔbɔtin deɛ a it means that that is your priority nti results na aba no yɛntumi mfa nyɛ politics but yɛn focus on nɔɔma mmienu a maka yɛn ho no what is our priority because saa past exams ɔmanfoɔ ka oh it was an apply exams nti na ɛsɛ use wadwene nyɛ the normal what is I understand by then a yɛkyerɛ no yɛkyerɛ ama nkurɔfoɔ no ehu anaasɛ yɛtwi wɔn mpɔ na obi akɔ ɛna Tema Janis kan no ɔse past questions no even if it was an apply exams near the Maya. If we have given them the past question, which is apply questions, people would have known what is they are anticipating. Say question be a bebano is not going to be what is, but at the end of the day, it's going to be an applied questions where you have to think outside the box. By a nyamba, ntimuma yen focus mami fin chatwo MPP for nyame adomo next year January 31st. Yɛkɔ fire flag bearership yɛkɔ yi de obedi yɛ den kan mama yɛn fa nkabom deɛ ɛkɔ so no deɛ ɛtan will have the time to speak to issues but for now yɛn di efi asɛm nwie but mama yɛn fa nkabom that should be the first priority yɛn elect whoever becomes our flag bearer na yɛn nyinaa yɛn focus on this guy because for me they failed abysmally but yɛn yɛn do saa times by nkabom any idea ɛbɛboa Medasi baby, medasi. Medasi. That was the Obaya ni me chairman Janis Asare so was.
Medasi papa. Medasi could you and I think that Chairman Janis today is one of my biggest day on political zone because kukudam earlier on a youth organizer no for we USA dia odi ono ne birthday no na yo no and amenya cheerleader ankasa so ha and just say I mean today to be honest with you so Menumukrana, I'm very happy. Now, Chairman, enough of the NDC talks. Answer na major amawakono. Mr. Kojo ended it on a good note for me. Party politics. Party politics. What's the America? Bibi the proxy voting. And you are not going to decline this question. Of course, you would have to give me your mind about it. That's why I'm Obia. Wow, we executive for Obia Obekasa. One. Proxy voting, no. Yeah, mami oba ya ba have my education. Bima, me ankasa sume koye research kakra. Janis, the proxy voting is not naturally for just Obia own to me my keke just on my who. Now it goes beyond say bia Obi or the vote team Obi. Obi or no yare. Say Obi yare na out of the yare into own to me nkonko to aba. Some more design to say a committee they are more design franchise no. Nti yenye na na wa ho den say bia anka ebeko. Obi o wa nikunu akoye surgery. Sabe yakoyi ne two say oni obi a obetena ne nchen. Na o ka kire ne say to me a ye de man so obetumi e show na dwene no ende ye anu afiri ho because asimesi bi say and you people cannot run away from this. Asimesi bi say see ye use proxy voting na obelusu. Ye use proxy voting na ye be wiem enuntie use proxy voting. Why should we touch something that is not broken? Why is NPP leadership? Why are you people toying with our hearts? Political communication. What is going on with you people?
Yo, Felix, I knew said this was going to come up. This issue about proxy voting, especially relating to the diaspora. I know, sir, when you talk about proxy voting now, you can expand it to say, okay, you know, Ghana need to be or TFA, or Yari, and I said, you have to member be physically present at the polling station. So some way say by, you know, if you ask me, I want to take it from two areas.
Okay.
One, the first part is taken in terms of principle. When I say principles are things that cannot change with time or era or social or culture. So in principle, I believe that positive voting should have been allowed because it allows for you to have more people to show their concern with the election process. But especially we in the diaspora. But and in this day and age, there are a lot of ways that you can have proxy voting done, you know, where you don't have to have physically present. So by USA, there are ways that we have mail-in voting, but we have systems in place to check, make sure that these things are authentic. So electronic. What they do is you have to have physical presence where they can verify you on video, make sure that the person that is voting is actually the right person that is doing it. So in principle, I believe, sir, proxy voting should be allowed and should have been allowed by the party or considered. But why am I paraphrasing this? If you look at the backdrop of what has happened in the party, and that is very, very important. Maybe a feedback, right, as a party, and you have a party now could do in some of a party, right? Most of the issues with this party right now that we are facing right now, so breaking out to the very simplest level, it boils down to trust.
Trust.
That is the key issue as a party, MPP. Obia and G, Obia and D. We so Miami Waha, and I got to about 12 a.m. Now, because the album, and I especially at 12 trust has broken down at every levels of the party. So right now, what the party is going to, we're going to a restructuring system, and when they're doing restructuring system, sometimes it comes with pains. And yet, but some of this restructuring comes with pains, and sometimes this pains comes with making difficult decisions. That might not be the best decision at the moment, but ultimately will lead to the best decision. What you say? Yes, when the issue about proxy voting came up, my first was we need to allow the diaspora to vote because we as a diaspora we need to fight it. Okay, but what happened? Proxy voting for whatever issues that they had. I'm not going to sit here and deliberate on that. I say, proxy voting. What I say, so if as a party we are championing democracy, and 4 out of the 5 people say they don't want this in this current election, because don't forget, every election is going by their own CI, even at the national level. But so whatever they are doing now doesn't mean it's going to transpose onto the next election. We can have a totally different set of rules. Then from where I sit, I'm not going to fight it further. if it's going to help deepen the cause of democracy in our party, because that's what the party is going through restructuring, and we need to bring that trust levels back as a party. It's very, very important. See, I address it, and about the trust back, and we'll face it over and over again, because that is the key issue that is hunting us. In terms of, but Mamika said, on this program voting, where it concerns us as a diaspora. One of the issues that I have, and the things that we all didn't, or we all feel as a diaspora, let me put it that way, was when we went to Ghana, I said, reforms, right? And this concerns the diaspora. One of the reforms that passed was constituent, external branch executives had to vote in this election.
Okay.
To quote it verbatim. Okay. Okay, external branch executives, sir. Chapter executives, or branch executives, they consider the external branch, because without a chapter, there's no external branch. In my opinion, all chapter executives, in addition to the branch executives, had to be part of this mandate. As an external branch, I think we failed, and what I think we failed is we allowed semantics to be used where the party came back and defined external branch as meaning external officers. What was part of it was not external officers. That was not the verbiage that was used. And I think that is where we should have started the battle. Okay, fine. It's all done and dandy. I think there's a lot of things that we can do, but in the context of external, as what they call the positive vote, I think there is more fight to come after this election. But let any peace, brother. So our hands are tied. At the end of the day, whoever wins the candidate will have to come to the external branch to come and solicit for funds towards at that point, we'll bring it to them and say, hey, these are some of the things that you did. This is why we're counting on external branches being part of the process. Because at the end of the day, you need us for this new democracy to build up. But as I said, no, because of peace and to build trust, if four says, hey, we don't want it, one says we want it, let's go with the majority. That's democracy. Let's go with the majority and let's have a peaceful election.
Chairman, Mepacho, thank you. What they are Uzikani, what they are all wabbing into Unima, dear Pa, or can kama. Yeah, no, young Canasao. Yeah, no, a ukumpoto, ya putogum, dear TN say, number one. The Awokan, what's the encro for 9 idea? Omo ba yang partner nim. Abepa ye tell say ye momundi partner nim. Sancro for 9 say, yem penny. Your earlier submission talked about principles. And principles are not things to just change. Especially when it is enshrined in law. Especially when you have the law or a document backing it. It is not about an individual feeling no more. As much as someone the flag bearers, they don't dictate for the laws and the regulations of elections. That is the first thing we must know. That is where I depart. Yes, asumdweba. Chairman, me pato. Wait, yes, sorry. Asumdwe ya pasumdwe ni nano. Asumdwe ni usubanyo. And yes, me dema no beka se me pasumdwe no. Se me beka ne se me pasumdwe. Na mi suban ne me ne ye ne niama me ye na bonten ne mfa asumdwe ma. Ye mfra no asumdwe. E na ye ka sei. Ya enkrofo nan kon no. They are omakoma pa momu. But guess what is happening? You just hit it right there. Young Canada for you ha. US for UK for say basa ye koye election whether they like it or not. Majority of dollars here one year Juma the year campaign regardless of whoever win, whether Elon Musk or Beyonce or whoever wins is still going to be cap in hand coming around for us to support. Now you are too sincere. We should satisfy your feelings because on just our principle now law backing in it. According to we should take now say Ubenya flag bearer and there. Are you now going to say oh, since we just use it for the like the presidential now let us change it and now let us go back to proxy voting? That is not consistent. That is not humane. That is a Confucianist agenda. Because to me Sabi, Chairman Janis, proxy voting, and your MP form penny for Munyana Yana Muslim proxy voting, Daddy. Embranankasa, extra election, so total constitution election, Ankasan, and no Ankasan, it talks about proxy voting. So if you come in and you feel set to satisfy some candidates in T, let us sacrifice the will, let us sacrifice the power, let us sacrifice the inclusiveness of people who are funding, people who are talking, people who are promoting the party to the next level for you, the candidate to win. Party in a week. And this time, now was ahead office. Yeah, the ma, yeah, the Pamuni, what they want to at the first interim. Yeah,
calm down. I'm casting intro. You see, sometimes, calm down. I'm casting intro. We all want the best for the party. What you say? I've heard some of these arguments and some of these deliberations. But you see, we should be very careful when we generalize some of these issues.
Okay.
Then you've made certain suggestions. As a party, ye committee elections. So
no correct.
Don't forget that. Yeah. We gave them a mandate.
Yes.
Okay, that's a constitutional mandate. That mandate gives them the right and rules to be able to come up with the guidelines for the elections.
Okay.
This is not an issue about party leadership. It's about following our constitution, which gives them the mandate, the authority to write these elections. Even at Ghana level, election, you be OCI. What you say? Yes, when we sit and say, oh, the majority says you're proxy, I can see that maybe at the the external branch, we all like proxy. Okay. But have we done a census about Ghanaians? We've not done that. So let's not generalize our statement. Because I understand, we do a lot of things as a party, right? Might look right, that we will be able to reform what I say. But when we begin to castigate ourselves as a party without getting to the nitty-gritties of the issues now, so intimately the way I want to take this proxy issue is, as I said, no, the committee no coin in some what I say. Some on my proxy coin, call winning with 20 votes, right? I'm gonna say, oh, say a kind. Yeah, or the proxy win. We'll be back at the same mandate and what I say, the party that trust level is not going to be. Yeah. So why I sit and say, what there's a force say, once and then the committee that we give the authority some guidelines, the man completely on my shame, because that's why we give them the mandate. Or your almost census. You cannot sit here and belittle them. They've done their due diligence and they say that's what the people want. Let's give them that. What I say. So that we'll be winning this January 31st. Oh, anyway, team any academy intimate party name and I'm in campaigning. What I say, we're going to have a very fair basis to argue. So that is where I'm coming from. Say yes, we want proxy as a diaspora, and everybody knows that that's one of the things that I've been championing. Say we think I don't think that we stay on the right note, but for the peace of the party, we want to elect a flag bearer that everybody's going to accept. If the committee thinks that's the way to go, let's go ahead and let's make sure say there's peace and tranquility within our party.
The ultimate goal is for peace.
Exactly.
And I know to your own say any day, Baba. Adi Obiso no Okonya zero, baby, are on to move. And I know so one thing.
And I know the idea, and that's what I'm saying. So now the process is now the better about one thing. This is what I think. One of the guidelines is never to a better about so. So unya year, apart from say one more accreditation, go out mean within that event is that zone. In Sonia zero, each number on zero. And now the number on zero. You see, that's why I'm not so worried. The processes are there right now. So let's follow the guidelines and nobody can come and castigate the process.
Okay.
It's very, very important. But I say, because I'm building the trust back into this party, we are going to face a lot of problems moving forward.
Okay.
And this thing, and I always say, NDC can fail as a government, but if NPP is not united as one, Ghanaians will never give us power. Because Ghanaians want to see, the party that wants to rule them is organized in their own backyard. But if our backyard is in turmoil, then whatever NDC does, we are not going to win power. So it's very key that we get united, build the trust back, and then we can be on the state. When Ghanaians go to 2020, they can see that this is an organized party that is ready to rule Ghana and continue the progress that we are on.
All right. And therefore, on this note, so meda one more by in us. Now, me pesanka chair lady. Ekasa cause or no, you better 10 warning. So, yeah, I'm bonapam per manatanase. One or yeah, no be good or chair lady. I'm chair lady. Me patron also found so idea, bra. They say Chairman Janis actually say It's about voting, no.
Proxy
voting, no.
Okay.
And no one said, chairman, I can't identify account.
Yo. The who is MPP. Yeah, and we make decisions based on emotions other than based on principles. Because when you look at the data, at least from the last primaries, the data does not support say proxy and peace Emma. And on that basis, that is a cowardly decision in my view. Any system be a sacrosanct. Ye koko jina ho cry say one of nipa ba ku jina ho to no cry no. There were issues on it. 2024 election yakoto ye. Obi ankwa anko jina so kosa line okoto na ba. Nso ewie die na si ye. Why is NDC in court? Say MPP for wiem. Because no system can be perfect. Because nipa ewum, nipa wo mu so nipa timi ye niamon ho bi ye niam bi ma, niam bi timi sisa. It doesn't mean you throw the baby away with the bath water. All the lies that were said about proxy no. Committee no. And so I say, okay, let's look at the data. Near say data, does it support
what they're saying?
What is being said? The rumors and the lies and the allegations that is being thrown out. Does it support that fear now, man, for that facade now, man, for creating around it now? But emotions, they're taking decision. But we forget that it is fundamental rights of people. It is a proxy. What is your alternative to not wanting to do proxy, but you are ensuring that every single person or right to vote in this exercise, no, or be exercising whether you're disabled, whether on the day of whatever, or hospital, whatever the circumstances, what ensures any panel? You also or to beto or no akas on to any decision. Let me give you a data.
Yes, sir.
In the last presidential primary, all the proxy that came for the entire election of almost 200 and something thousand, proxy by 563.
The whole proxy.
Yeah, the whole proxy. Now let me give you the breakdown. I have a region. The number of proxies that came was 10.
10.
The entire region of Ahafo. Ashanti region, there was an error of 6 in 2 years. 6 Nifuma. The entire proxy from Ashanti region was 189.
189.
Ashanti region. Bono region, the entire proxy was 6. Only 6 people in the entire region of Bono. And Omu proxy. Bono East, there was no proxy. Nobody did proxy in Bono East. Central region, Nipa 13, and a year proxy. And so where is that lie? Said Nipa Bako sold me to 30. Eastern region, there are 70 people and they apply for proxy. Greater Accra region, there are 185.
185.
And Northeast region, Nipa 2 and a year proxy. Northeast. Northern region, Nipa 4 and I apply proxy. Oti region, it was 0. Nobody did proxy in Oti region. Savannah region, there was no proxy. Upper East region, Nipa 3. Upper West region, Nipa 1. Volta region, Nipa 3. Western region, 1.
1.
Western North, there was no proxy.
Western North, no proxy.
External branches, which is us, no? 78.
78.
78 out of 324 delegates from the external branches.
Oh,
so how
really?
can anybody stand anywhere to say, first of all, proxy is being abused?
And
two, it is a vehicle for rigging an election, and that more than one person voted 30. One person to me 230. I have the entire proxy list of names of people who voted proxy for people. If MPP USA, there was no proxy. The first external branch list. MPP USA. All our 12 delegates were on ground to exercise their vote. They are new proxy. And so that's why. So I want it to sink in. Say this proxy thing is not about us. It is a principled position. And MPP USA, every single member was in Ghana to vote. So how can anybody say that system?
Internet just say enipa 300 no delegates 300 no. One more a use proxy.
Yes.
Nina 78 pe.
From the external branches, yes.
And they say you crowd the diaspora for you and share them benefits how.
Exactly. A lot of us went and then be abuse. So for genuine reason, no being to me. The law allows to say, or who can say, as long as you have a new mechanism, Maya or the Bediako Swatunaban, or who can say, make say, me or Baya, or send it to my baba, me to me. Wolf Felix, what to a bunny be? I trust you, say, Nipa and Passa me to manano, Uka over to mammy, and Tiji Neko to mammy. As long as we have not find an alternative system, I debate, proxy no is enshrined under law.
That was my point.
External branches. Let me give you a breakdown. Now, then you see the hypocrisy of people when they are making this argument. United Kingdom, only 2 people applied for proxy in the last primaries. UK.
2.
Sweden. Sweden, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nipa 5 from Sweden. And on my pride for proxy.
Yo.
Spain. Nipa 5. South Korea. Nipa 6 and a year proxy.
Okay.
Qatar or Qatar. Nipa 7 and a year proxy from Qatar. Norway.
Norway. But you Norway, I.
Nipa 4.
4.
Netherlands. Nipa 3.
Nipa 3.
I think eventually became 2 because one had what was an error. Okay, Middle East. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 or so. And we a proxy. There's a basically out of the 12 votes they had, Nipa 11 a year proxy. Only one person in the backgrounds, but 2. And the people that voted for them were people from, some of the people were from Ghana, some of them from Italy.
Okay.
From Italy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nipa 5. Italy. No, we a proxy. Ireland, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ireland. Germany, 1, 2, 3, 4. France. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nipa 6.
France 6.
Finland, Nipa 1. Victoria, Nipa 2. Denmark, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nipa 4. Canada. Canada. Canada, nipa 3. I think it's one film. Nipa 3 from Canada. And a year proxy. Belgium, nipa 2 and a year proxy. Austria, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nipa 5. Austria. Australia, nipa 2, also from Australia. No year proxy.
Okay.
So how can anybody
out of Africa?
How into Oma mudi mamo mudi interest or man proxy? US, Ivory Coast, Togo. No proxy came from there. So proxy is not abused, and the numbers are not staggering, but it is a tool that I say Nipano, he has earned his right to be a delegate. Why ye do my ding was some party no, and a party no, I desire about train a man. So we get there to about to be. Name yama a consider bia and ma wakwemu. Se be bintina utimi ma yare disability, whatever. This provision is there. Until such a time, say as a party, no, you be finding other mechanisms. The proxy feature has been used.
Okay.
Now, untimia. Now, why then? What delegate?
Somebody to go and do for you.
A person has to be a voter himself, and one person cannot vote more than one. So people can just lie their way to undermine this system and then turn around and say, see a crime so you best first what to yaba. And now we names oppose proxy. Now names a mechanism and cabet my first no idea to abandon. Now if wakona wakusa antokano and yet the emotions as a party they make a take a decision. Emotions say will be better say and deny them. The emotions be just with the idea emrem ewom na ya gia to mu say enu nti tis obi ye ni frani wo party nim obi ye bubuani wo party nim a we are telling him say peace no peace nti all right or fundamental right no
should be abused.
Yeah, so because here person a peace, a mirage of a peace. I want to catch yourself away, sir. Proxy year film no election ebe kono. And who bears project obi nye after the fact. I don't ya nunu ye ho ne asasere. Ya nunu ye ho as idea your principled position. Say ka kwa as obaya election year to every single month. Me met makohwa Ghana hwa to be. But it's not about me. Sasana branch ye jeja ya hu ni ya tra ho magana fo ne twe abo so when it comes to principle things they will double down on the things on meyetia yen. 2018 ya wa ha and at the parliamentary caucus of the party ekoye say a constitutional amendment enti ye de ko hyemu say external branch for amukuta dual citizenship no you cannot hold any position in the external branch. And at the parliamentary caucus, so that was their proposal for a constitutional amendment. It's all external branch now who you dual citizen one naturalize here you cannot hold any position here in the external branch of the party. You who say you're boni and you person a constitution because article 92 article 94 2 in the Ghana constitution France on dual citizenship to contest in positions like member of parliament and all that and by extension party constitution so anyintum say we kuta dual citizen untimi man be contest position either in Ghana or in the external branches. And I'm saying then you might as well tell us external branches no party magu external branches. Of course. External branches are boa party no from 1992 man the party na nice region so now you hu nimfaso BMT mo to yagu then it will make sense because you the external branches is as much as dead if that rule becomes the norm.
I agree.
Yeah, maybe branch him why the executives do na citizens of America naturalized. And by that extension, they cannot contest to be branch officers, and they cannot even be chapter officers because omo dual citizenship. Some of us has to stand and fight this. We fought this on principle, not because me a naturalized citizen. I have not naturalized, and that's my own decision not to do so. But there are so many people I work with who have naturalized, and on that score, no, I don't need somebody to come and tell me as a leader of the party here, say, I'm fighting for my members. I'm in says I'm bonny way, I share my party with the bar. I bet coming call for you now. We stood up, we went to Ghana. We had a press conference, we made noise. To the level of we met the parliamentary, some of the parliamentary caucus, we met the president. Of course, hit Neban. They back down on that proposal. The core conference, no, they did not even read that, that motion. But the external branch, and at that time, no, it was US, UK, and I think it's the Netherlands, and you're taking this issue on. Put our resources where our mouth is, and you're fighting, at the end, or free ho. And then you're fighting Masadi Rabbit, no, not as somewhere back. You didn't say so no. Countries and people din. Sir, proxy no use that facility. Because you be a students, be a juma some on that type, a juma man quite be ma how crop kwalano or pick school who is doing that. And your challenges no is genuine. Now in the wisdom of the framers of our laws, we are just to protect the vulnerable. Mosidon, some presumed peace binti. For far who dear so. Now, what is the guarantee that our peace no yebenya?
That's also an issue.
When you look at the numbers we are, how can these numbers have impacted proxy? Say proxy no, a vehicle will be to 10, 20. People just lied, leaders lying.
Now debut.
Branches, your maya who quine Emma among 48 years far who dear so to that extent. Next time, no, or the be round them.
Aye.
Or the be round them. Some people who share or much of wechi. No turning against the external branches now yet tries to fight on a principled position. And the massa CD in that fight against themselves. One member, one vote in 2028. Member is going to be part of the exercise. And yes, Ghana once an orbital. When all the constituencies are being told, say, would yet now constituency want to aba. Name a best and our branch, dear. The only way you can show that you love the party is to be ticket from Ghana. And the Chesa would do party. That is how low we have reduced ourselves to. And who told somebody say it's about money now, depend on Ghana. And Brand
right after Madam, now we them.
One share Samran. And then some of our people are asking, so you're Bagana, any baby a better a party in my hotel Adana. No, my hotel that Ubejina hotel baby as after the next flight, this after where you came from. That is how low and we have reduced ourselves to. Now, according to Ghana for a tiabuchi, near who send ye the near Mako Ghana pot, or more yiri. There's a Ghana as a Ghana cabia and a pot of Fonquan, tiabuchi knows yitia. Na asama banels ye fighting ye ma plot duties ye less. I know bit ya butchers or fighting ye fighting. And they think that they are the wise people. They think that they are the smart people. It's sad. It is very sad and very unfortunate. Say,
right.
Some of our people have allowed themselves to be used to that extent.
Okay.
So the puppet of people. And the I can't say I say what's the word? I say yasum nipa. Yasum party no. And the value of the party. Name yasum nipa. Me support two candidate A on penti me so me pe. Nti kwan bia so ade papa no me to ho ama ade na ye bone. How can we do this to ourselves and we call ourselves and we are principled people? We are not.
Okay, madam.
Jokers.
So far statistics the figures me no na so far. My father 189 and I'm 78 no. Okay.
Listen, yama.
Yo, and I'm 78 no. Nti na say ye hwe mu kra na enipa ni bebre wo diaspora no bebre na tumi ko Ghana ekoto wo manka so omo aba o.
Exactly, because that time no each external branch be a delegate votes na 12.
Oh, okay.
Only
Because
12.
we say Norway and California bebre na no eko Ghana and ekoto wo mo aba. Nti those people
not way for there were people who did proxy.
Yes, Annie. Yeah, I mean they got the highest number of proxy. I mean,
no, it was middle.
I'm saying Qatar for Qatar had 11.
Middle East, Qatar 7, Middle East.
Okay.
I'll send you the record.
Me patrol, I mean, me person make an Chairman Janis, and thank God that everybody is here. This is what I love. Now, I mean, like Chairman Kojo also, I mean, like we also have them also the other. The American say proxy no simple. Yeah, then I get to say no policy or no machine is absolute. And yeah, there might be 1 or 2 hinges here and there. So couldn't they have the people now almost say and Crawford told 30 they don't trust the process no? Couldn't they have, and this is just couldn't they have found ways to say cheating now? Doing some Crawford cheat here. No moon to me have a way be a authentication. I am more rigid. Now, to me, because right now, this is what I see. I might be wrong. Offices are money it is not broken, but somebody suspects that it is being compromised. So we must use our think, to fix something that is not broken. I don't think that is the right way to go. Again, I'm also beginning to feel, say, and this one, I mean, you guys are the leaders. you can choose to say yes or no. Semi, Chairman, send me $1,000 for every election because minimum semi a delegate. I remember to aba. Now, a mammy feel it's about to me got to be me the war me to say the Canada for good page so me or buy a Canada page no so I heard you much then or a city no I'm a delegate. Now, sir, power now has been taken away from me. Chairman Janis, honestly, we are not saints. You are telling me, say, the next round, no, whichever candidate win, Oba, me man 1,000 Ghana.
Yes, and then I may catch you on him. So you see, this fight, right, has to start from the diaspora branches getting equal rights as any branch in the what do you call any organ within the party or any institution within the party. Given I'm making so. Also, Madam Chair Kassan, okay, I say Ghana more constituencies, sir. We think about constituency, right? So why couldn't there be a provisional diaspora branch? It's me too about your diaspora.
Okay, that's even good.
What you say? So for me, from where I sit now,
let me give you.
Go ahead.
Let me give you a little background. This whole, starting the external branch chairpersons, we came together and said, let's propose an alternative Because even with the proxy, still some people will have to go to Ghana. Let's propose an alternative for consideration by the committee. Our presidential elections. We first wrote to them with suggestions, say they can look at these options. Yeah, what external branches? Because primary is more decentralizing.
Yes.
To constituencies any other day over the period. Yes, external branches yeah, omo use proxy any other. And until we have these two suggestions that you're making for your consideration. Yeah, we didn't even talk about proxy. We only because proxy the idea that. So we gave them suggestion. Say, young created diaspora centers. Europe easy to navigate.
Yeah.
Because with the bus or train, they can get to a center. US is different, kakra. US and so maybe they can create more centers depending on where many
of like zones. Zonal.
Exactly. So people can vote from there, and then the results is transmitted to Ghana.
To them. Yeah.
We go. Obia se vusika for not going near ontimi emano. Then we look at it. And then another suggestion of electronic voting, e-voting, was also suggested. Any day ma committee. Committee never responded to us even on those proposals.
Oh, okay.
And then proxy now what that old mechanism I use na the nim send them ya the can ho ase because near ho yeah hwe say yeah swa ye ho. Because first na 12 pay. With the new constitutional amendment now numbers now are then akodo. And so the probability say you may get people who may not be able to go now and raise US we are able to get 12 people easily. So see, and we are looking into 60 people or so.
Oh wow.
And so the chances so you've been just persisting now one day to Ghana and like, yes, exercise. There are people who kept asking or telling us, are they expecting us to come to Ghana to vote? People had concerns. Especially some of our past executives. Would they be expecting us as a party? We need to innovate around these things. We can't do the same old thing, expecting a different thing. So we anticipated this and we made suggestion to the committee.
The right way to go.
The committee did not respond to those suggestions. And then the proxy that has always been the tool that we've been using to resolve those who, for one reason or the other, cannot be there.
You rather go and touch that one.
So that was a second slap. First suggestions, not okay, you consider, we think it's allowed. How can we have a committee to look into and see how best we can push it forward? None of that occurred. And then presidents who are amount for you, so mama the statistics of the last years. Nipa 563 pay. Entire country, including the diaspora, only use proxy. And also as well, yes. What boya bray soon. Just start talking about proxy. No, we started talking about an alternative. If we are saying it's a we can't continue to do the same old thing. As we speak now, some of us have made suggestions to the party, say, India for a population of 1.3 billion. Of which Osha and 500 million or 600 million maybe voters in that country. They have e-voting system of stand-alone machines. Utu ya na account. And China, ballot papers go for my and this is show see last election see.
Yeah.
And the very post no see each because they are not network, they are standalone systems.
Got it.
Now they are two. omaba omo wia na obia kan resource nya nyina na abom na oma declare. That is India with that kind of population. They have innovated around how not to have paper ballot, paper counting. MPP as a party, we can even experiment with these standalone systems, e-voting systems. In the two, a Buaka South, I can say a voting vote time ends. Now resource because as everybody is, it's not a ready.
Now more than a say more digitization party. Now so digitization and technology mo use sa. So la tete way na e dey am.
And we make suggestion and come the kwadwindwim and no money yetna say how can we make this happen? Minia and I say no proxy ni can we don't care because we've created a system for ourselves that works for our members.
Yeah.
Now and for the future. See, I know my quacotium until your national executive election. There, we pay proxy by Eduma and assistant be Edua.
Asemo will be a troll. I don't know. Asemo who can. I mean, Chairman.
We don't think ahead.
Somebody just wrote it here. Say it is not just a sad case, but also backwards. How then do you advocate for ROPAL in the future elections?
Exactly.
Because your
entire membership has to go and vote. And you are saying everybody should buy a plane because I know the best person would do party. What a lame excuse.
So I didn't cry there because I'm just looking at the number of people. I mean like Janis. People who sometimes look at somebody like you, Janis. You are somebody or sometimes even get you on the phone call. Now Abia Obi Kunu akoye surgery waba. Say only Obi Sheno. Now almost say said the beya Obi akoma beto ni yem. Na Obi nyene se ye wia nintino. What the mama yen kan anu to yes. Chairman, Ebeka can external branches can sing the
answer. In terms of even fundraising and all that.
Yes.
Because if my vote is not that important, yeah.
Then why should I be paying money?
Won't also be important.
Exactly. Chairman, what are you trying to say?
You see, one of the ways that we need to look at this, what I say, is how external branches are delineated in our constitution, MPP party. Okay, MPP party, the polling stations, we have the constituencies, we have the regional, we have the national, right? Yeah. All these structures have constitutional guidelines as to who can vote, what rights they have, and what rights they don't have. Even the number of people that can vote at all these levels. Where do we define external branches in this?
God.
Say, oh, by convention, maybe I'm a region. By convention, external branch of constituency. There is no laid down just external branches. This is where we are.
Yeah.
Because as you said, there was a laid down convention, principle in our bylaws, our constitution that just say constituency. Then if all constituents can vote in person, then external can also vote in person.
Yeah.
So that is where we need to take the fight for. We need to take the fight from where we are getting our rights and enshrined in the constitution. What I said. So that way, no be go down and say external branch. The might say the thing say the rule is favoring external branch or not because it's enshrined in the MPP constitution. So that is why we need to start the fight from. So you're making sure say, as external branches, our role is defined clearly in the party constitution. That way, if you are looking for innovative methods, say constituencies, voting or in person at the constituency level, okay, US, you say in-person voting, you be share what that's in here. It lies in line with the party's constitution.
Got it.
What do you say? Say electoral verification, na party, okay, US, because we are doing the same that the party is doing in Ghana. But because there are blurred areas in terms of external branches, the definition of external branches in our constitution, that's what is creating these problems. Just establish and let's push to be represented in our constitution. That is where the fight needs to be.
Let me come in here.
About go ahead.
External branches is defined in the constitution of the party under Article 8.
Yes.
Constituency is defined under Article 7. External branches under Article 8, and the regions under Article 9. the how it has been expanded, external branch. First of all, external branch in your constituency and external branch in your region.
Exactly.
It is a special purpose vehicle. I create under Article 8. Am I who can see rules and regulations to govern us? The last constitutional amendment, we say, okay, in order not for external branches to have different rules and regulations across, let's have some meat to Article 8, structure to Article 8. The proposal for the first time in MPP constitutional amendment, proposal constitutional amendment committee motion because how and ya crafty BB as a structure about external branch across board some form of uniformity. The last constitutional amendment, every single proposal was listed under motion. And the proponents of those motions, you listed womudin. A do time I yebe call it motion. Now, my proponents, my Bediako. Now, my motion.
Defend your stand. Yeah.
Exactly. Of why you think this should happen. For the first time, committee no just motion proposal or mope and for me or my motions here the begina. This July. There are a lot of motions proposal that was submitted on my including the external branch and our own structure. And so if the secretary to the PEC goes and writes a statement and reference the external branch to Article 7 of the Constitution, he has no clue what he's talking about. It's what it means. Because we are not Article 7 and we are not Article 9. At least the closest we can be is Article 9 because external branches, representation on the National Council and the National Executive Committee, which are the two highest decision-making bodies outside of conference. They are members of that committee. And so if we are members of that committee, how can we be constituency? Constituency, are they represented at the National Executive Committee? No. So at best, the closest will be a region, but we are not. It is a special purpose vehicle the party created for the management of the external branches.
Okay.
One of the things, my argument recently with them, one that a Unibuy and say, okay, fine. If you are saying that we are an Article 9 organization, Article 7 organization of a constituency, how come, say, the constituency structure of the party, per the new amended constitution, they have 5 patron representation as delegates and 5 council of elder representation as delegates. And not only that, they have 5 polling station executives as part of the delegates. And so if you are referencing us as a Article 7 organization, then these benefits, because you can't say anyway, and told this line. Other benefits be a cast uncle fund who the end where you how is that fair? Yes, your structure, no. Your chapters. So our chapters becomes our polling station. So if that is the case, and we have 5 patrons for constituencies, 5 council of elders for constituencies, and then 5 polling station executives, then it stands to reason, say, your chapters also must have 5 of their executives as
represented, yeah.
Exactly my point.
Council of elders as delegates, and then 5 patrons as delegates.
Exactly.
Because you cannot cherry pick which of the constitutional provision are have referred to the external branch. Name when what do the exactly. Council of Elders, police station executives 5 and so on. How is that?
Madam, into Abaya Omokotui. Such chapter chairman, they are to be.
No.
That's what I'm telling you. So that is where the problem is.
Debbie, try answer. Debbie, I deal almost and for almost opposition, but no position, but more person no position, and yet
because all the letter back now see external branches conforming to Article 7.
No.
Per the communique issued by the secretary to the PEC. Conforming to meanwhile, that is not even your jurisdiction. So see, I'm a PEC not about constitutional interpretators as well.
No, that's not their job.
That mandate.
That's not their job. Debbie, chairman.
Mandate say who now bet make constitution no can say external branches and that Article 7. Yes, fair enough. Ya get to Article 7. Okay, Article 7 so this right. And the other na buy so dia mo kan 17 executives now mo see how they mo pause wo ho 5 patrons, 5 council of elders, 5 police station there. How they you ma film how they mo kan
Debbie, chairman.
Exactly.
Say bien na omu bie mu no after bie mu ni na no. Say wo chairman Janis here minimum. Any chairman no dey mu ne chairman ntwinu mu ya no.
Oh, the chapter chest now.
Why are they for this thing? Why are they supporting it? What do they gain from it? Because
that's what I'm telling you, as a party, and especially the external branches, young come boom, I'm making sure, say, we have defined, guidelines and definition within our constitution. We'll be fighting this. Say, Madam Chair, and now we are referencing.
We're fighting from before the core constitutional conference. Now we're fighting it.
Yes, Madam Chair, let's even do more. Because a good secretary, you're watching on this program. We need to push and get this thing enshrined in our constitution. Because otherwise, we will be facing this.
The first time in the history of this party, a constitutional conference, a proposal at the core.
Yep.
But if the committee decides, proposal, by a door, so don't you be a few and now my this is what happens. But in 2018 constitutional conference, every single proposal was crafted into motions and was read. USA and you fight say external branches should be included in the National Executive Committee and the National Council, and we won. It was our proposal. Now, external branch, Article 8, is not structured enough. And the young structure, no.
Exactly.
Motion, you could read it. We are going to swab.
At least
it wasn't even read. That's the point.
It's not read, so it wasn't part of the motion. Party na kasa de ne ho aba. And my mistake.
Okay.
And Article 7 there. Then we are saying, okay, fine, I just to Article 7. In Article 7 also. And what about the 7 executives, 5 police stations.
Online me and answer or by Chasa, could you not make any say? We know the only penny for at the top. Oh, the only and the woman, Monamo coordinated to answer Namodiama and penny for no. Are you aware, sir, this election Yamoko 3 persons of the chapters are not part of it?
And I'm catching out say that is it. And with that, well, I also blame us as external branches. I didn't tell me blame me as external branches. The motion that passed, said all external branch executives should be part of the voting area. Okay, start branch executives, chapter chairs, chapter executives, because we make the branch.
Yes.
But because now external branches, one external branches, no. We couldn't fight this, and then that motion was redefined to say it should be external branch officers. What you say? Nobody part of it. What was part of the branch executives?
Chairman Janis, it can't be true.
No, it true. What was passed that? Branch officers.
Motion, no, first of all, no, external branches, here in craft two motion. The motion was crafted by the committee that the party put in place. And yes, external branches. Yes, submitted a proposal for consideration. We listed our structure. So party know the structure no cry emotional. In this conversation, we won't be having it. Where the issue we have no if you know and net they're working. Because you're defining your role and Article 8. External branches, you won't rules and regulation. Article 8. Country be rules and regulation because they do it pertaining to the country, no more peculiar circumstances. So there's no uniformity. What we will call our branch executive committee. UK has a different name for it, which UK branch executive committee. It doesn't include their chapter chairs. By US, okay, a branch executive committee, it includes our chapter chairs. Canada will be different. Germany is different. All these countries, because party no this structure, structure so yeah as proposed the call as well.
Mankind.
Who the blame the external branches? And we have fought to make sure say that structure no bam so that chapter will be mentioned even in the Article 8.
You see where we differ on this is what was the motion that was passed. The motion that passed was very clear. All external branch executives. Exactly, that is the motion. So to me, that is where I'm working as to whether how you define executives has to be left to the external branches.
No, it's
the party, the defines executives as external branches. Because it's external branch executives. So it's the external branches that we define that.
Unfortunately, no, we are not authority to ourselves to define it. Anything that through your proposal, no, you define a structure. Now you at a conference. Now yes. People constitution they won't, and it doesn't have to lie in U.S. mouth to define say who are the branch executive. Ufa constitution now, it is spelled out clearly.
Yeah.
So it cuts every amended. It says it should be amended. Amended constitution that all former and current executives of the external branches, former and current executives of the external branches, they didn't mention officers. They didn't mention executives. They said the executives, former and current executives of the external branches.
Exactly my point about
8 of the constitution now. No mention is made of chapters. So how can a party, an organization, a special purpose vehicle called external branches, but they don't care how we are able to operate? We are able to operate through creation of our chapters because we are spread out. Senior Ghana, no, we are not operating the party only from the center. You're structuring it down. But so creating when you see your say your chapters. That is part of this organization. How then do you say a Ben Swa? The issue was not just having chapter chairs. Now we have not also been fair to the executives in the chapters.
Chapter chairs and executives.
There were 5 polling station executives. We can also have 5 executives of the chapters.
Yes.
To be simple.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, and I think that is even easier. That would have been easier.
For this and for this and for this. Oman found emotional ma.
Fellas.
Yes, Kojo. What a
Where
question.
Yes.
But how chairperson we?
Proposal. And I will say external branches should conform to Article 7. Okay, that's fine. Say conform to Article 7, yeah. And Article 7, so adododia wo enie 17 executives, 5 patrons, 5 council of elders, and 5 police station officers. So the logic here, no, and it says Article 7, yeah, then everything Article 7 is join, we should enjoy.
Yeah.
Well, that brings us back to your initial contention with them, no, about your chapter inclusion. No? So now, no more 5 executives and come no more 5 patrons. Now you have 5 council of elders. Simple. Yeah, comply to Article 7.
Okay. I'm a Kojo, now me say, wow, only so with the boys were seeing our grounds, no, yeah, tent, in a easy. Now me say, are you aware? Say, apart from some so me, and I feel you know, somebody like Chairman Janis, but the Omo can on to about
Me aware because I'm so lucky. Yeah, chairman, yeah, executive for Washington chapter, no, or bombarding so be briefly, and then the communique na Barbonten so was telling us the same thing. Say, yeah, chairman, looking like somebody like Chairman Janis, looking like New York, looking like Chicago, now such impending for will not even have the vote. Now, but me. Organizer so about general secretary so which in our constitution will be a prioritizing of, even though the chairman or the chairperson is the one person that we recognize or not the leader, no, somebody like the secretary is mostly recognized in our constitution than any other person. They don't even have a vote to the mature honestly. And that is very, 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 very worrying. Until I was aware of the Namimi Howling in Ayabako, and I think somebody took the win from me. I was say, yeah, advocating for Roper. We cannot even give our own people the benefit to do. Let me find and count. Yeah, why Washington DC. Sunday, yeah, we had a meeting last week.
No problem, Kojo.
Meeting. We have people from Kennedy, from Baumia, from other people. So, like the chairperson already said, couldn't we have just have an election, having this leaders, representatives standing in there? Or the young funny say, to me and call Ghana. But are you telling me so be or to Maryland and not to Washington DC or not to Virginia cannot drive 2 hours and come and exercise he or her vote over here?
Of course, they would have done it.
Sound on saying, it was just simple. Yeah, Jefferson would have made their own as some make and say, idea first statement you made was we have been coward, and I'm coward to a sense. Where me compare NDC to MPP. No, there's one thing. More authorization. Or more authorization. They don't care whatever comes in. And when take a decision, they stand by it. Yeah, they be democracy. That's any debate we are saying. Obian fair being bad. Every time we do everything, will be our feelings. Are we talking about constitution or we are talking about feelings? In every game, somebody is going to lose one way or the other. What you say? Into say me are making decision, and we are thinking about people's feeling and not thinking about the majority of the people. At the end of the day,
right?
How many people voted? We are talking about since 1990, the lowest in terms of voter we have had in terms of presidential elections. And who was the president? John Dramani Mahama. So does it mean say he was not rightly elected? No. Let's go for the bold decision, because at the end of the day, the cartel to everybody's feeling now. There will never be an election at Obi Beni Beji. Never on our life. And but that I say Betima say because I will find the very simplest thing and make a noise about it, and then everybody will be quiet. This is very unfortunate in our life. Me, I am and me how say be a meto about. But we're talking about your 27 chairpersons nobody's going to vote.
No, this is wrong.
That's unfortunate. And that's my worry. Yeah, because on the mobile last year, courtesy Obaya, we spent almost $200,000-300,000 on you people to just go. And no more pay goodies, no more pay sika, but won't pay your input in any way or shape or form. So how do you expect say at the end of the day in be for a bar? Yeah, for a sika and sambremo. Yeah, first Kabia, Yangi Bibia, and your moody position, or buy out Tiana, 8 years or 3 hours, position be. But she fought for every minute. Make sure say MPP stays in power. Chairman Janis, me and other people like you are phone so. And you people are sitting in Ghana enjoying, and I'm so disappointed. I will Obi part say Educhum. You want to California, how many years pay? And if you have to do this, I can forgive. And your friend Kennedy Japan. So you know to heavy. I can forgive your friend saying Comrade Japan. And now Brian Cranston also American. And you know, out of 4, no 5, no back I can take say be a 101 man butchery that how the problem is. Baumia was in Canada, Kennedy Japan was in America here, Educhum was in America here, and then you kind of saying your friend Brian was in America here. It's moon recognizing any shape or form about the moon man say Muko do Ghana how they your contribution in I just see a whole trans and you better we come to the system and that's unfortunate. I agree with Chairman Janis. I'm saying after this, we have to put our ass together and tell them, say, hey, we also actually need to have a stake in every decision that is taken. And yes, and the more than see any extension where you don't rely on us. And that is my take. Thank you very much.
Mafia, upon an airport, but or mute yourself now. My okay, I'm some Mafia, and I can say you were in the Chairman Janis, and they are there.
Mamma fa a conversation, I mean, also, I mean, found that a moment with tearful in any could DC, and the but if I chiapa so and that ya marry a chairperson or buyer, so I see. Send your kind and a payer, and I'm bombarded. And but it's very important to have opinions as well. Inti, I would meet Japan. I think that is what we need. That is what we need to move forward. And I send our buyer can. And I started with proxy. I just say, Chairman phone to it's going down. Oh, yes. So this is the time that we have to be united in purpose and push. Oh, so that make if you have to expand Article 8 to enshrine our rights and whatever the Constitution says in the Constitution, let's do it.
Do it.
Yeah. We might not have the authority to do it on our own. Whatever we need to do, like your platform, it goes a very long way.
Yeah.
Let's use all the resources available to make sure, sir, we've defined the rights and constitution of external branches, and it's not just I would even want to call just a special vehicle. No. You're dues. So we should depend as I wouldn't even take it as a vehicle. We should have external branches in the way that we are supposed to operate. So we are not going to go through this again. And I'm very grateful, sir. But I'm something that I dream but we need more of this to be able to show, say, we are one. I'm very grateful.
All right, Madam Pacho, answer na Madam Bebe Muno. Mafia. Nanka Obe can be a family who ya, Mamma Messi from Mafia me and you.
Oh, I'm just here to give moral support to Madam Chair, enemy Ankasami Chairman Janis. It's just unfortunate. I'm on fire. That's how I say it. Ghana for no. diasporans, and it's unfortunate. It's like when they go to sit down and to discuss, they take whatever we ask out. They don't even consider anything about diasporans, and it's okay. No plan say ako vote. Free mu just the worst crown na kojo deka chairman na nkasa ntutu point free mu amom ngongo vote ani na chese mumu nya yai ani na chese ne mu de mumu nya madwene se eja ye de ye nkan ne yenso so ye nya adwene se eja ye obibi a anase obibi e be ya ye ndwene ye ho wahu na motimi sideline ye cry just to frustrate her. It's so unfortunate.
Now, man, no say ni dey ya me den asan ya me ya ne say. Ade we your my ye e bia wo de ama candidate mienu miensa nan bi akoma atom yem o. Now so masters of diasporan votes and diasporan members are grieving because they say obi kunu yare na ono na ehwe ni kunu a. They say where you ne voting chance every ni mu and then enkole ya so de den opo obi de wo be ja omo a. Onye obi ndi say when obi amfa ndia na kire say because of anu ntino adia na eboa erade nyankopo
there be chance na mu yi proxy ni cry free ma no explanation, no prior warning, no anything. This is scratch it. This is how no a friend say alternative method, nothing, just scratch it out. It's unfair.
Mafia wo say sanka omutume de sa de we adwuma ene ye ka say mo amwo Washington area ho nyina mo be go to Maryland ya sabi anka enkrofo ntumi drive 1 or 2 hours enko na akometu
Dabio kase na sa Washington kra de enka kase nyina kra ye nyina yenko Canada ana ye nyina otiase ye nyina ye ba bi ba ye nyina yenko. Why not? Why not? We are also exercising our rights. Why not?
Ajisani wo. Me pato enkomo ne dem se san komo we no chairman Janis se beboa. Next week I would like to book everybody the diasporans me the chair ladies beba me the Canada chair lady beba me ne penifo so Canada no be we kasa na ya say host to me bio. I can take with this new app, when I can take over 100 people, how many now so at the same time we are discussing. So, say, Junior, I will communicate that with you so that you can share it with the rest of the leadership. Now, you share the time because I NTB I now you one big program. Now, you register your displeasure for what is going on because say me, mommy to me, misika enko. And then I must be honest with you guys. Until I may say. Momo dia mamo ni omo nkasa bo e bekwa ko bo omo sa salam down ha fi we mo dia mo ni na
I understand the grievance but my let's not take it exactly because when you look at the contributions that we have but we also have to let decency prevail and let's fight this the right way. There are a lot of ways that we can fight this. What I say, now kind of say, I'm available. I'm sure she will make the time and let's deliberate it. Say, you can't find this a year. This shouldn't happen in the next election cycle.
Exactly.
It shouldn't happen, and that should be our core goal. Say, next election cycle, there is no way the aspirants are going to be disenfranchised in any way.
All right, Sunny. Part of
that's it. When the Dedica, your mom will be a barka the Juma, and they call. Yeah, sorry, I will be na your chair lady, the strongest chair lady in the world. Obaya also, like a the good contribution. We also for the past 2 hours, we see the contribution. Mama, fantastic contribution for na for the history of the fencing MPP. If he say you can't diaspora, mama fighting my party no agent and nice one. Like I say, want me USA MPP.
Baby.
Want me USA MPP because you mean when you cry the leader, the chair ladies of a person USA contribution within my USA. Me sure that there is any country in this world that what you must have contribution. No? I'm telling you. Me can have many. The leaders, the chair, the chair lady of USA a yearly because of this party. What we call Ghana, what we call Ghana more than 20 times a yearly because of the party. Now, you see, on to me to Abba. It makes sense. On to Abba. 27 chapters a US here, on PN to me to Abba. And it's
how?
Prosy. You added it, we need to pause the film. Why? Prosy. Maka said, challenge was Maka said, this is the time I was set for your one dream, Papa. Because in this sense, also because the show contribution of one day at USA before 2016, and one day the real party began in Nashville. And then, me who challenge and for so power when you're also. Now, I say, oh, not go to up on the right, so you see, on this right, no. Now, Frozy, Mimiti, meet me in qua, Master meet me to Mama. Mimiti, contribution me who there is no any program here or Ghana make Ibrahim in Koda. And the boss meet me in qua, or mean got 2 months and punch my dream, you see me, Frozy, ye film. La ilaha illallah. Party, the party in here. Party, that's what the party in here. Yes, sir. Party, you're just the party in the party. Me not sure say party. This is who expecting me say the national election. No, me promise you can take it. I'm from Ghana. Me go trouble. Me go trouble. Me who that tomorrow? America 1 month go Ghana go campaign. What's some ba? Share over ba share a car wachi. Omo dwen san ne no. Me say me right in here Jeff me same. Party na sister party the journey na so tino me contribution my yema party na so ye wunya ye muna ko Allah ya bamu karfi da lafiya in so lafiya. This is the time in the kind da kake diaspora ka sa ka kai wayo kamar mun fight party na yazo power frozen da ni banyan je Ghana ni banyan te Ghana zan vote frozen na wai sunni ni Ibrahim ni president manyan Ghana ni president ya banza ya shi may make sense the kind of kake wanga program no lokacin ga it's time for you we try we fight for our right. Thank you very much.
Thank you Memphis
Thank you, Sani.
Thank you too. Oh, chairman, the best chairman in the world, Chairman Janis. The best
Sani. No, but tell the more fire, more.
best chairman.
Yo, Memphis.
Okay, sir.
O ka se free Ghana into no ya quick na ya ne mpanifo ni wi said the be ya data answer we gina so ache
ma
ai
ma busiafo nyina mboni ye the program is very awesome but one thing is brofo no don so nti wo ma anti brofo wo mba dey na wo ma ti asem mo kana ase nti yesre mo ya mo matwe
yo yate na also mama also on network na ye papa kakra
na sa kakra twi kakra de nyina pese me ba mu ye education ho na sam de kakra de kire se aban we no meme hu ne se opese wo bo omanfo abro na aba time fo abro sa na meme hu no because say ho ka se omanfo na fail no ono ne campaign mu no also o sika be $2 million ya won fa nye free SHS intention is obe faili omanfo say ne be majority na say ne be omani ebie no omani musu enkonkonko bie and say since ya MPP na dan kwa kufu ado no Dr. Mbawumia started free SHS maintain say university bi e dey aba bonten abeka say product ya about 2017 no wo mu nya de e wo university wo yemti bi da menim say lecturer bi a complain wo saa de no ho da which means say wo mu na opportunity de call free SHS wo ma enter university no wo mu ya de enu nte ne yemti bibia from any university one and for a president to me beka say enu de o ma bombon o mu wi exams mu the question is when the real exams mu Is it because say maybe I work for the nine year my juma year and I say because being a teacher no dear me say about the exams
ya jina ye o network na nya kra o network na nya jina ye o kasa na twetwasi.
Hello.
Aha, afi kasa.
I said mo Sam George network na. Yo, the other me can say almost examination or practice. Titi one of the questions in the back. Say no questions now more the banana your papers and yes you. Well, yeah, but try exams now say no more questions na e dia ba am actual. Enti no me be say oh yeah examination or practice na free hin ne ba. Say nka papers na more the ba na be amos ko bi atia no ahwe. Say to the soft copy and am ba o ma ba be rane anopa na ye tro exams no na mo pam teachers ni nyina kwa kogu abonten. Enti ye be so na mo fa ya exams no eliki no. Which means why ke for na nya wo madwuma ye. Enti sa examination no atumi aliki dia nipa se so mo hold responsible. Aya wa ke for so ati ase. Two, the aya can say aya government na agenda say obema kwala na feli ana asesen. Say timi ba be ka kire o man for say wo $2 million na mo fa nye free SHS ya. E dey na dey kire say pa bonten a wo no for apase because of say wo no so man for anything a enuoma bi enye no ntro bi a mo sa political party NDC for no mo ye no o man for nkonkoto aba emfa mamomo nti ene mo fa strategic way yan hwe o enipa na na do dan kwaku fa do fa wo madwumam ansa na na ban ebe wieye 2024 de ba 2025 no buza ho se wan ne yesi atua ne ka ne ye atua ne ka kwa ya hye ba 14 months ago ti say ya peso ye timi ma 5 years ye atua 3 months no ya ban na je say eye MPP adwuma wono aye no ono NDC ni ba nya de oba beto aso na mmom oba be fa ono ni de aye den egu emu sa na agenda no etie enti ya sra say yeah MPP for say yes pe power na to aye nyuma pa na na do dan kwakufu ado ne ba womia ne baba ye so de a ene de ye kan se sa division no eno no enkonko boaye we need to become united and san obi kan asem say ye tumi na ye say ye pe ama MPP aba be di nkunim aye adwuma until then send enkrofo we nya opportunity omo mercy economy no mo ba e mo inherit bibi o na so mo kan asu say aban na wo hwe mo koye no wanya hwe ni nyina gina say e divide and rule tactics na na omo gusu di show manfo adwen mu yes MPP for ye hia nka bom na ye wini power na ya ba beto enwuma pa eye MPP for ye so na de ye de me fi say MY me nya power enti political zone an me de man no besi
me da se me fia me da se program na em say nepon mu anu no afi no nipa ba ku bi na join right now nti me mo no a kire na join na mapon Rako mpacho oh let me tell me Rako mpacho oh unmute yourself why when mute too okay say Rako by so ubi tie keke enti for ene ya de ene chairman Janis Washington chapter chairman ono eka omo ayeni omudi nkomo no ho eye me ankasa me ma me sister Penny oba ya friend ono so eba MPP chair lady ono so wa ha and Rako, we'll say you are ready, but we can't hear you. I gave you the opportunity to talk. You have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, Rako.
Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So let us hear you quick and let me sign off.
Yeah, this is just a quick one. I'm Rako, and I'm calling from a Volta region in Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah, I was listening in initially in your discussion on education. And then later on, I think you started talking about the elections. I think about
proxy.
Yeah. I had a lot to talk about education, but I think I'll make some quick one because you are closing. I'll make a quick one on the proxy. One, pardon me, somebody will say that I'm sitting outside and pissing in because this is about proxy matter, but I'm in Ghana, and proxy that is not restricted to people in the diaspora. So we those in Ghana to it borders on us too. So I have all the right to also talk about it. Now, number one, I personally think that the PEC for me, I think that the role of the PEC is basically to create rules and policy that will ensure fairness and also to enlarge the frontiers of democracy within the party, especially with respect to the elections. And so any decisions that they make should be able to give people the opportunity to be able to exercise their franchise. Okay? And so anything that they do that is inimical or that will restrain or prevent people to be able to vote, I think is not helpful for the party. Okay? And so for me, I think it is not in good taste the policy that they eventually came about to drop this proxy voting. But this is where I have my concern, that out of the 5 flag bearers, 4 decided that the proxy should be cancelled. Now, the issue I have is that if you really want to lead and you think that the best way to do that is to let the people who have to elect you be disenfranchised, I think they are starting on a bad note. And that particular decision is not in good faith for themselves and the party. Now, number 2, now, if the PEC decides to go on this route of canceling the proxy, or let me use the right word. Sometimes when we say stopping the proxy, we don't send down the right information. If the PEC decided that they were going to disenfranchise people from voting, at least I would have thought that they should have given the opportunity for those who potentially would have been affected to appear before them, so that whatever fears that they were entertaining, they could cross-check, ask them questions, okay, so that they can be well informed before taking that decision. Now, if I listen to the woman who spoke, I'm told she is the leader or the head in the United States, right?
Yeah, that's the chair lady.
Yes. Now, if you listen to that woman very well, okay, you cannot but agree that the decision that PEC made was wrong. Okay. Now, the question I was asking myself, did PEC invite such an individual, okay, to appear before them before they took that decision? Because these were some of the people that she leads. She's the head, or she leads these kind of groups that could potentially be affected by that decision. Okay, so some of these people should have been invited before PEC to have an engagement with PEC, so that PEC could have been well informed, well armed with the information to enable them to take the right decision. So that's my second point. Now, my third point has to do with the diaspora themselves. I think that the diaspora going forward, in fact, also listening to that woman, in fact, she's very brilliant in her presentation, Obaya. Now, it looks to me that probably the diaspora may have to do a rethinking of how they engage with the party back home. Because, look, the way you lay your mat, that is how you sleep on it, okay? Or the kind of music that you play, okay, will determine the kind of dance you will do. And if I listen to her and some of the presentations that were made, I just cannot believe that if the United States, for instance, the party in the United States plays a significant role, especially in the area of funding the party, how can they not be considered, okay, their input? If you listen to all the information from Obaya and from the gentleman you were talking to, the one with the beard, the one who attended.
Chairman Janis.
Thank you very much. Yes. That man is very intelligent. You know, Now, if you listen to them, it beats my imagination why the party back home is not giving the needed attention and respect that the party in the United States deserves. And so the party needs to be doing some rethinking, some introspection of how they relate and engage with the party back home. Now, because of time, I will end here. Finally, finally, I think that as political actors, our political antenna must be very, very sharp and should be able to anticipate some of these things coming up. So you can nib it at the bud, or at least at worst, try to put in place mechanisms to mitigate it should it come up.
Exactly.
Okay? Because from where I sit, it was very clear that some of these things were coming up. The machinations were taking place right in Ghana, and I could even get some of the senses in the United States. Okay? So what were we doing in Ghana and what were we doing in the United States? Until we sat down aloof, and then the hammer finally came down, and then we then started responding. And so probably our political antenna will have to do some real sharpening there so that we will be able to be a little bit proactive.
Correct.
I have some more to share, but I'll end here.
And for time's sake,
I would like to thank you and thank that the gentleman with the beard. He's a solid guy. And then the woman who also spoke, I think Obaya.
I think today today makes my best panelists. I've had the best panelists. Everybody who has been on the show today has been excellent, and I thank God for this blessing.
Thank you. Once again, I'm Rako from the Volta region in Ghana.
Thank you, Rako. Thank you so much. Chairman Janis, last words. Obaya, last words. Ahaji Sani, last words. Mefia, last words. Obia, 2 minutes. Now, sorry, so Chairman, 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Ready? Come jam Obaya since but let me just say one thing really quick. Na me ya do am say before akwan we su na me catch MPP fo nyina actually Ghanaians aye Washington DC Metro and em wa chire nyina so na me ya do am on the 27th of this month, which is about 2 weeks from now. MPP Washington DC chapter yeah Christmas party.
Nice one.
That was South Africa for today wa wonim no obi amra me che na de ne amra na yen kan ensambom yen tra ne sie ndi ne ensa. The opposition there, but I didn't just say, "Rebecca, one more." So I bet you are doing. And you just say, "Baby, you say to yourself, oh, be you know, Springfield, here of Virginia." The tunes are actually now. The plan is to start by 5. When I say, "I dear Santa, Muamuniminti, me perhaps will be rantem, no me kaya home." Yeah, we have been very fortunate. Say, yeah, branch or buy African point, the Iron Lady, and I'm going to say, "What I say, the purpose of who in person, bra." Iron Lady na kasa in person about kayo. Then I'm be jam kwai. But I'm asking you
I no ma prepare mempa no why na mo amunim se Virginia me no mo aniti them.
Yate. Let me ask you which chief win na.
Thank you so much, and I will see you on the 27th. All right.
Perfect.
All right. Lady can go. Oh, sorry. Oh, dear, oh boy, I have a bone. Be bold. Oh.
Felix, how do you?
I still stand strong. In fact, I would like to thank my brother Roko. He made excellent presentation. Thank you so much. I think we need to connect, my brother. Yeah, good. We need to tap into such minds as we build ourselves and our party. It's the unfortunate thing, is and what I will leave with my diaspora friends. The diaspora branch, from its initial inception, I think it was the US, Canada, and then UK. Then later Germany came too at the onset from the 1990s. everything we've got in Diano, it has to be a fight. The party has never sat down and put their programs together and say, okay, our diaspora branches, they are supporting us, they're doing this, they're doing that, so let's give them this. No, we have to fight for every single thing that we have had. From just one single delegate vote up until 2010. One. The entire USA, we had only one vote. But at the time, now the entire party delegates vote was about 1,500 and change. And we fought in 2010, 2009 during the constitutional amendments. And then that's when it was increased to 12 for the entire USA branch. And now an opportunity has come where we are going to be given more, and then at the same time, we get shortchanged. We fought to get at least our chapters to be included in this process. We came out with a whole lot of excuse. So the best and short way is, okay, the motions, you are not on the motion. If you are not on the motion, there's nothing we are voting on. And that's where we are. This proxy thing, we anticipated. We anticipated. That's why we wrote to PEC and gave them suggestions, ideas of what can be done differently. They threw it into the dustbin. Let me put it that way. So everything has to be a fight. But the sad component or the sad part of this all is our own external branch members who have become sellout in this party and working against the progress of the external branches. That is the sad aspect of all of this. Because when you know that you are fighting for a good cause, when you are fighting for a principled position, and then you have people within your own circles also backstabbing you and selling out the common good of everybody. That is the most dangerous. If there's anything that will destroy the external branches, it is this one. Too many sellouts, no principles, no integrity. I always say, candidates will come, candidates will go. The party has to remain. For some of us, we are about having an effective and efficient structure. Trust me, if this primaries is over, I see the national officers' elections ahead of us as the most make or break for the party that leave the presidential primaries. The make or break is the officers' elections that we are going to run. The effectiveness of the leaders we are going to have will determine whether we are ready and prepared for the task ahead. Very key. Because the flag bearer will run on the strength of the party structure, the party leadership. If you have a weak leadership, you are not going anywhere. And when you have leaders who are sellouts, they don't stand on principle, but because their candidate supports it or doesn't support it, that's where he stands, then we are in trouble. We are deep, deep trouble.
Party is now in comatose.
We are in deep trouble.
Okay.
You take the principles and you don't look at who you support. You look at the principle and the good of the people that are behind you and what they want and what they have, whispered to you that, hey, this has to happen. And you taking the bull by the horn and saying that, you know what, I'm going to fight this thing to the end.
Yeah.
For the sake of the future. So
chair lady, we have an call more oba and obesia theater. Question here.
And keep so that people don't take our leniency to be
a time no continue. Any question I open so bizarre. Because I have to shut down the Facebook and the, after here I can keep it open. But I have to shut it down. It's for what's the question the match lady? Into a question no se many we na se close now. We can discuss what your submission. Office. What does it? Was I not in the Pocodia was on for the tears of the diaspora? And there it was diaspora. I have been okay, Repacho, chair for Amoaha. Abrante na semwa obisa ne say. Nanado a pension or tesa na your diaspora dex and a diaspora office. Sa proxy asem we are bemu e dey na diaspora for no etumi betena no matumi aye e dana so omo ye de fa ho ene e dey be we baby aye we ntino obetumi answer na we o dia your final conclusion.
Yo, I'm saying Nanado diaspora office no different from the party's own external affairs office. So there are two offices.
So what you say?
The Nanado's office was looking at more or less everybody bigger. It has nothing to do with the party. It has everything to do with running of the country and how they are receiving their diaspora guests and all other matters. In fact, when you look at even the genesis of this diaspora concept, USA under our former communications director, Jermaine Nkrumah, was one of the key catalysts of this thing. But his whole concept was that the government should have a diaspora, not just an office, but a directorate that becomes a one-stop shop for everything that a diaspora needs. Whether a diaspora goes to Ghana, they want to open a bank account. You go to that office, it's facilitated, your bank account is open. So you don't have to be jumping from one place to the other. You want to open a business. There is an office of registrar of business within the department that will oversee to you, making sure that your business registration is done seamlessly without you having to run at different offices. So we had a bigger concept of that, but this is what we got. So that's what we were doing. But when you look at the party's diaspora, they have become sort of a liaison for all the diaspora or the external branches, groups of the party. And then also they oversee to the sister party relations across the world. We are, MPP joins international organizations, either sub-regional organizations or other, that are in the same ideological standing.
IDU.
So IDU is an example, DIA is an example, they have ID, IYDU. There's so many of those organizations. So the office oversees to that. And then our interaction with the diplomatic corps, the embassies and all that, that office also coordinates that for the party. So these are, I think, the three key areas of operation for the Director of External Affairs. So everything, because we are not in Ghana physically and we live, so he's the one who helps coordinate our activities for us. If there's any letter to be sent to a certain specific people, he's the one we channel things through so that he will do the follow-ups and then give us feedback and things like that. So this whole proxy thing, like I said initially, our focus was not on the proxy per se, because the proxy has always been there. Like I said, constitutionally, it's enshrined under CI for us. So, and we have used it as a party in all past elections. So that was not an issue. Our issue was looking at, for the committee to rechannel their mind, to be innovative, other than what we have done in the past. So what can the committee do to make diaspora engagement with the party in terms of we coming to Ghana vis-a-vis having something here so we can participate, be full participant of the democratic process. So we sent them a proposal to look at other best practices of how this thing can be done instead of over 800 diasporas coming to Ghana to the headquarters to come and exercise vote, which we know is not everybody who can make it to the place, and that shouldn't be a reason to disenfranchise them either. And so that is how until they did their press conference and said proxy crano, which has always been another vehicle people were using if they can't make it, has also been taken off the table. So whilst we were looking at advancing the cause of democracy through other channels of voting, either here or either electronically and all that, they decided that the one that has been there, the vehicle that people have had a cause to use, which in the 2023 presidential primaries, only 563 people did proxy application across all the regions, including the diaspora. Now that one also has been taken off the table on the altar of we want incident-free election, and so on that basis we have to disenfranchise all these people who might otherwise, for one reason or the other, can't be there and still want to have the right to exercise their franchise. So that's where we are. But like I was saying before the question came in, external branches, we've not had anything on the silver platter. Everything has been fight with the party. If you remember when I was narrating the incident in 2018, when they said if you're a dual citizen, you cannot contest for a position even within the diaspora. We have to fight. We got the attention, and then they took that off the table. So everything has been a fight. And I know this battle ahead of us will also going to be a fight. So we should lace our boots and be ready to fight. Anybody. And let us not become sellout because of interest. If we do that, we are killing the diaspora branches gradually.
Max Okora, your body is too hot.
It will demoralize the base.
No more follow-up.
And if there is no representation, then there will not be any contribution, and it's going to affect the party big time. And I don't think we want to put ourselves in that position. So whatever is progressive, let's push for it. Let's always have it in mind that it won't come as a silver platter. For some of us, people have tried to demean us, defame us, lied on us, fabricate stories about us, but it doesn't move us. Once you stand on principle and you keep your integrity intact, all these things will be thrown at you, but it will bounce back to the very people who don't have the moral turpitude to even be talking about integrity issues or to talking about principles. And I think once we do that, we'll be in good shape to push the frontiers of our democracy and our party forward. Thank you, everyone. Alaji Sani, it's been a while. Let's talk, my brother.
All right. Chairman Janis ne mami obaya. Last week me did my birthday, mama page, so most of man wish me happy birthday personally.
And
only a backstage. And only a backstage. Me pacho, Mr. Mponsa, me name say who you as well.
Yes, Felix, yeah.
And we be jina swana my fa guest to be what I say. It is how my man be 3 minutes no we na memra Hawaii. I can make only me cry Max nyabotre. Me pacho ka 3 minutes be mama because we no 4 hours na ba. E ko for enya ko pass we no. And no agasa be cat me so there ka 3 minutes be mama na you always here, so it's good.
Felix made us say me Casafi Maryland bought my chapter Janis chairman I say na Obaya I say
that was
Yeah, Abaya, they've made the point. I think say politics there, we have to be principle based. What you say?
Exactly.
It's not about individuals. Individuals will come and go. What individuals will come and go. I mean, there was a time that Edubani was the flag of this party. You can't, if you know at the time you can't do Edubani, now you talk about the status. Oh, yeah. And principles no more a cabital honomono. And no never guide the party. No. And no doesn't care say as me see A, B, C, D. But your man say and then about an individual being here and say every time party obi bam na individual be or holding he'll push rules in favor the generality of everybody. I agree with Obaya say nkofo no mokasa ndeno. If they look back 10 years from now you see that same principle and the so the vote. I think that the reason, and I was surprised it would be to say you don't even the chairman of the committee, presidential committee,
Joe Wise.
Yes.
Wise done life, man.
I was shocked. I was shocked because Obia Watna Parliament, you understand the very core of what form the basis of democracy. Now, Obi this half flimsy excuse you, but let's just say the party is weak. If the party cannot protect proxy votes or have a better way of policing it and making it credible and saving the integrity of proxy vote, then the party is weak. When me feel says someone can it will come back and hunt the party.
It will bite us big time.
Big time. We saw what time and also but on principle, I think I agree with everything that they've said. It is not about persons, it is not about individuals, because individuals will come and go. Then we should forget about it. Say people will come and espouse reasons and strong, personal reasons to advance their parochial interest. And that will come back to bite all of us. That's when it's all bring us.
Yeah, today is proxy. The next day, it's what? It's going to be something else.
Yeah, don't worry. Today we will reschedule this proxy conversation again. So I will reach out for Debbie, Mr. Mamania now because we need 4 hours and 8 minutes. I have to close it. I answer M1. I'm YouTube and Facebook. Chairman Janis, Obaya, Daniel, Mefia, Haji Sani, Rako, DC. Me and Kasamiko DC, Papa Bipa, Mini Wagro. And then Pennyfo, I'm about joining in Nara. Hey, Danny, why you late? Birthday boy, why you late?
Danny was so that.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Danny. Happy birthday to you. Charlie,
thank you. Thank you.
Thank
you. Oh, no. If you share Facebook, I'm share Facebook. Okay. But most of you are not but I'm a man stream.
Correct. Mini Papa, Charlie. Thank you, Danny. I will schedule a better day. I'm in the US for Nanka Seshia. Now for you proper engagement. And ultimately, be asked, "Wow, buy out me be boy in nano as a down count." Mo send a gift, mo send a stars. Ya damuni na asma mo ja comment na onyankopon tin anim nkyerem na onye mo kese. Asoboni yesi anyboni yefra anoboni yi anwedi ane kan yi ho adanse krumu. Wa ma adwene ye ho adwene bone so damboni refre nye won chefa. Wone ye peye nam enwe wonam. Wone ye peye moja nu wo moja. Ye show ha machi enti. Amen. Me damuni na ase. Bye bye. Come on, Janis and Mrs. Obaya. Danny, Muni now, Madame, I'm no more about cookie. Me, I mean, some mama never. International dancer. Some mama is how we are now. All right, we don't know. Bye bye. Obama, Papa, be bold, what's it?
Champion chairperson ba ko pe. Edro bi anka dem.
Oba ya de ye mi ara ma se no I am